In this video, we are going to cover IT support and junior sysadmin project that we have created on our rental server, which I'm going to explain how you can get access to that server. Now, the reason we are calling it IT support and junior sysadmin project because there is implementation type of skill set and then there's management. So implementation is going to come under the junior sysadmin skill set and working on specific areas, managing things like users and things like that will come under IT support. So it's a great project for both roles. Let's say if you are going for IT support roles, then you're going to learn in Active Directory how to add users, manage users, passwords, and things like that. Software deployment and basic software deployment when you have tickets, inventory, playing with a Symantec antivirus at the user level, and also some of the migration that you're going to see and work in the cloud as well. So we are going to touch that from the user IT support angle. And then when we do implementation, that is automatically going to be a sysadmin skills. We are going to touch that as well. So it's really up to you. Do you want to say in interview that I implemented Active Directory, software deployment, inventory, Symantec type of solutions as a junior sysadmin, which is a really powerful word I implemented and then managed it. Or you can just say I worked on a project where I did all that admin level stuff, and then I also worked on Active Directory for management. And at the support level, I learned a lot of skills. So you can see you can counter both roles with this project. So, what is the purpose of this project when we have so many powerful labs and courses in JSS and people are taking that? Well, the reason for the rental server, let's talk about that first. The rental server is an open access for 24 hours with a powerful RAM resources such as 32 GB RAM and, of course, powerful CPU. Now, our labs are also very powerful, premium labs, but those labs are connected to our courses. So that's a long term, and that is probably the skills development solution that our members are using for long term study, meaning you're passing certifications like A plus, Net plus, Sec plus, and many more. And or you're going for the IT support jobs and you want to enhance your skills in a way that you have to actually go chapter by chapter, task by task. So that's like a skills development solution that we offer. This is something for people who want to do something quick without worrying about the lab to be reset. Because when you go to our premium labs and if you leave that lab unattended after 1 hour or a few minutes, it's going to basically reset or go back to original state, and that is kind of tedious when it comes to learning something like more third party type of softwares like Symantec and things like that. It takes time to implement things, so you do have to take break. And why 24 hours? Why not like 7 days? Well, this type of solutions, when someone say we are going to give you 32 GB RAM, is extremely expensive. If you go to cloud and go to Azure and just spin up a calculator and just say that I want to get a 32 GB server, just one server with a little bit of tiny money space is going to cost you a lot of money. So it's not easy for any platform to just say that let's just give this access with our premium access, because we already have a premium labs that are powerful. But the reason they are designed in such way that it can be given in a massive way, well, when something like that 32 GB RAM for 24 hours cannot be given in that sort of style. So that's why you don't see too many platforms offer this type of solution, because it's super expensive. So the next question is, can I do this on my home computer? Absolutely. If you have minimum 16 GB RAM, I think you can use the VirtualBox. You can go to YouTube and type Job Skillshare VirtualBox setup, and then you will see a bunch of videos that we have created. So if you have your own resources, you can watch this video and implement it. But do know that we are not going to give any certificate. So the only reason why our members will go with the rental choice is that, one, you don't want to take a headache of building your own lab. That's the whole reason, because it takes so much time to build something like this. It's just a labor work that we are cutting down and just giving the skills quickly. If you don't have that mindset, if you feel like, okay, yeah, I can spend a lot of time setting it up and learn from it and all that kind of stuff, then you're free to use your own home computers with 16 GB RAM minimum, and then you can utilize the things that I'm teaching. Even you can go below that, but that's going to be hard to tackle, but anything above 16 GB will work. So if you don't want to take any headaches, then let's move to our server. Basically, we made it simple and, extremely headache-less solution, and that's the whole purpose. You're going to get a link from us for 24 hours when you basically say, I want the server on this date. You will pay the amount on our website. Basically, you're going to go here and you're going to click on rent a server, which is basically you do have to be a member of JSS. You can be a light member, free member, or a premium member, and you have to come over here. All members will have to pay for this service. As I mentioned in the beginning, this is not something that we cover in our membership. This is a rental service. Now, we highly recommend that you should look for this type of access when you finish your courses, because you're going to learn a lot from the courses. You would have already done a lot of practice, and now you just want to add one extra project on top of what you have learned, just to get that more skills or maybe new tools, or implementing something in a little more easier way than using practice labs. So we highly recommend that, let's say for example you go to roadmaps, we highly recommend that you have finished the modern IT support roadmap, at least the first two courses, before you attempt to do this type of access and following our guide and everything. Because in this we are just going to go and set up things and just showcase things. We're not going to train or explain too many things, because that's why we have 94 plus hours worth of courses with labs available. So once you go to the rent a server and you submit a form on the bottom, click on this button, go ahead and submit this. And once you get the payment link and you finish the payment and you tell us when do you want this access, on that day your access will be enabled and you will have 24 hours to connect to the server. So once you connect to the server, that's where your 24 hours will start. So once you connect like this, from this moment, your access for 24 hours have now started. So now this is the server that you have access. You can see how we made it super easy. With one click, you basically get access to the server without worrying about the setup and where to get it and all that kind of headache. All that thing is gone. All you have to do now is to focus in your lab. But before I jump into that, I want to showcase some of the settings here, so then you have easy way to manage things. So on the left side, you see that this is a connection button. You can disconnect and connect if you like. And on the right side, you have settings right here. So let's click on the settings here. You need to make sure that everything is on the way to the top, 100%, 100%. If you see 90%, the max, you need to go to the max and fast. Now, sometimes if you are working in this lab and let's say your keyboard is not working, first refresh your link like that and connect, and then start typing, and you should be able to see the keyboard. But sometimes you may have to actually do this use remote keyboard map. Once you click on OK like that and then start typing inside, then that should work. These two solutions will work if your keyboard is not picking up with this lab system. Then on the right side, there's a small little arrow pointing down that can change the view. So if you click on this arrow, you see if you want to make it super large, you can do it like three ways, 1, 2, and 3, just like that. Okay. So now on the left side right here is some of the keys that you can send the commands, Alt Control Delete. But do know that when you do Alt Control Delete, you're actually sending a command to the main machine that you have access to, which is this machine. Now, most of your work will be under your lab space, which you're going to have multiple machines under this lab space. So the Alt Control Delete will not work inside the machines. You will need to use its own Alt Control Delete feature, which I'm going to show when I do the labs. Then on right here, we have this type option, which is really useful if you want to send a command from outside, from your own computer, and you want to do something a little more. Maybe sometimes you want to learn PowerShell, whatever you have in your mind for these labs. When you figure out all these different type of things that we set up, then you are free to use whatever you want to bring from your side, as long as it's not a security skills. We do not allow security training right now on these labs. We prefer premium membership, have more powerful labs for that, and those are more designed for security, so that should be used, not this lab. Now let's talk about the setup. When you connect to this lab, machine. This is the main connection, and the machine name is do not change. This means you cannot do anything in this main machine. Again, everything that you have to do is going to be under the lab space. So sometimes we do make a mistake when we open a lab. We think we are actually inside the lab, but you're actually working in this machine. So this is why we move the taskbar on the right side, that so you don't get confused. When you see this on the sidebar and you click here, you try to do things here, that's not allowed because you're actually working in the main machine. If this machine goes down and something happens, the only thing we can do is to reset your lab again, and you will lose all of your work instantly. Now, how does the support work? The support will only work at the level of application, meaning if you click on connect and it's not connecting, if you're trying to open a lab space, or let's say you don't see almost a 30 GB or 31 GB RAM because some will be reserved. If it's like 8 GB or 16 GB in the main server, then you will ask for support to help you out. Once you start your lab, there will be no support. So this is correct. That's correct. When you see this, that's going to be the correct number, and everything else should be like that. But once you open this lab right here and you start working in your project, we will not support anything inside this area. This is why it's very low cost. If we add support to this, this is going to be extremely expensive, and that is just to cover the cost of labor for support. But again, we do not want to also make this a support type of feature, because it's you, whatever you want to do inside the lab. It's all about you. You know, you get into this lab, you can mess it up, you can delete it, you can create tons of issues right now when you have this sort of access. So that's why there will be no support available in this type of labs. You need to make sure that you follow our project step by step to complete everything, because we're going to give you the same lab, so there is no margin for mistakes. And this is another main reason why we want to offer this, because if people are using their home labs, they get stuck with their own home issues, and that cannot be supported by anybody online. As far as I know, people don't support anything home based. So now everything is cleared. Let's go ahead and get started with the lab from scratch. And we are going to start with the first project, which is going to be implementing Active Directory. So we can learn things about Active Directory, so you can use it from a support side and also from a junior sysadmin side as well. Now, keep in mind, when we talk about junior systems administration, we're not going to go deeper into a lot of these things. It's going to be mostly about just implementation, so you can actually get away with some sort of good, skill sets or interview scoring inside the interview. Because for that, I would then recommend going back to our courses to learn some proper sysadmin skills if you are interested in that. So let's create a visual understanding of what we are going to cover. So the first thing is, of course, you're looking for a job as an IT support professional or IT junior admin. So consider that you are going to be preparing your skill set for a company type of setup, right? That's the whole purpose. So you're working for a company as a IT support or junior sysadmin. So the first thing we will do, we are going to basically cover a server, and that is just setting up a server 2022 for Active Directory. So one, we're going to use 2022 and later 2019 as well. So you can use both servers on your resume. And we are going to convert one of our server into Active Directory, which is going to be the major skill. And that's something you are going to learn from the junior sysadmin. You're going to say, I implemented this in my lab. And as an IT support, you will say that I worked on this lab and then I learned about user management and things like that. So that's the first thing we will do. We will set up server, we'll put Active Directory on it, and then we will add users, because we want to learn about how users work in domain environment. And then we are going to set up more machines to be able to learn other skill sets. So this is just on a server level and just the core level skills, Active Directory, users, group policy, some basic here and there kind of things to make sure that you know the extreme basics, and that's good to go for a resume. Then after that, we are going to spin up a new server, and we will add that server to the Active Directory. So then it's joined to the domain. And then on top of that server, we are going to implement the third-party solutions like Symantec. I'm just going to use very small words like this, PDQ, and ManageEngine. And these are the things that we are going to basically implement on this server. Why we are using all these third party type of softwares, because like I said, if you really want to work in this career, it's not just about Windows, it's not just about Cisco products, it's the other products as well. And that's what they look for when it comes to experience, scoring on a resume, getting a little more attention more than just A plus type of certification. And this is why some people get a job quickly, some people don't, because they know these things. So if you don't know about these things, you should, because that's what we use as an IT professionals when we actually work in the companies. So by using the products, the one that I'm mentioning over here, it's just that you are giving them this idea that you know more than that paper type of certification. And of course, we're not sponsored by none of these, software. Anyone in the IT, you can just go and tell them that what is Symantec or what is ManageEngine or what is PDQ or what is some other products that are well known. They will start talking about it. That's not a big thing in IT right here. You just need to know about it. And while I'm covering all of this setup, I am going to be mentioning in my videos that which one it can be used directly by sysadmin or for your resume for sysadmin jobs, or which one can be used for IT support. And I'm going to pinpoint at the time when I'm doing this. Task 1, setting up Windows Server 2022 for Active Directory implementation. To begin implementing Active Directory on Windows Server 2022, follow these steps. So the first step is to click on Connect. And if you see a All Control Delete option, then you can go ahead and send it just like this on the left side, and then we will put the password that we have provided. I am going to change the screen to a large screen so then you can see that in the recording. So to open your lab, you're going to see this lab space icon here. If you don't see this, you can simply open Hyper-V. We just named it lab space. So you can go to the search just like that if you don't see it. In the search, type Hyper-V and then open it from here, or double click on the lab space and it will open this lab space. To make things simple, we have already installed Server 2022 on this lab. So if you click on Server 2022, Server 2022B, or Windows 11, the installation is already done to save you a lot of time. Now, if you're wondering how to install a server on a virtual system, then I think that is where we mentioned that you should definitely take our courses in the beginning, or maybe some YouTube videos, because that's the fundamental we are now going to cover just to save you more time. So we have initially installed the server at the basic level, and we're going to configure it for Active Directory. We're going to use the server 2022A, and we're going to convert this server into Active Directory. Now, as I mentioned earlier on, that I am going to be also sharing tips. So these videos are going to be longer just for the tips. This is the reason we're doing these videos, so then you can utilize it. Now, here, when you're working on a Hyper-V product, it's another product that you're actually using for your skill set. So if you are IT support, you can certainly say that I have worked on a Hyper-V and I have learned virtualization on Hyper-V. If you are working for sysadmin or junior sysadmin positions, then you can certainly say that I have used Hyper-V for all of my lab implementation in this XYZ platform, and here is my work. You can definitely say that. All right, so let's start our server setup for domain controller, and we're going to use server 2022A. Let's right click on the server and click on rename, and we're going to name it DC01. That's domain controller 01. People usually use this type of naming because maybe they will put another domain sometime later on. And on the top, you see that there's this little bar. You can click on this little icon. This will move away from your screen. And this server, server 2022B, we're going to right click on it and we're going to call this app server, because we're going to put our applications on this server. So we're going to create a DC01, and then we will create our app server and add it to this DC, and then add applications to the app server. So the first thing what we will do right now is to basically create our domain controller. So we're going to right click on this machine and start. Now, this server already have the operating system installed on it. So if you right click and connect again, and right now you're in the virtual machine. So keep in mind that now you're working inside the virtual machine. So you'll have to use its own actions, media, and things like that to work inside the VM. You're not in an actual machine, that the one that you have connection. So let's go ahead and maximize this so we can see everything clearly. Make sure you give the server setup its time. It is going to do some reboots, and that's just a normal process how operating system works. And right now it's rebooting and it's going to come back with a fresh username and password form. Now, keep in mind that you must remember your passwords, because if you don't remember your password, we cannot help you at all. We will just reset your lab back to day one or the way you started, because there's absolutely no way for us to come back and troubleshoot the password issues that you will create on for yourself. So you have to be 100% sure that you know your password and you write it down somewhere in this lab access. So right now, this is the screen. This is where I mentioned that you will create your own password. Try to create something very easy. It's a lab environment. Don't worry about security at this point. So we're gonna do accept. And here I'm gonna put a easy password, probably the same lab password that if you are logging into the our current machine, we're gonna give you that password, which is kind of the same default password that you can use over here. So everything will be the same. So we're gonna click finish. Now this is where things can get a little tricky. It says press Alt Control Delete. Now you must be thinking I should press this Alt Control Delete. Remember, you are in the main connection and you're using a VM. So if you do Alt Control Delete, that's going to be your main VM. This is not the Alt Control Delete the server's asking. So you need to cancel this. And again, as I mentioned, you need to work inside the VM. So you have to go back to the VM by minimizing the screen. And now I am in the VM. You see, this is why it's important to not use Alt Control Delete on VM, because that's not going to work. So here we have to click on Actions and then do Alt Control Delete in Hyper-V. So this is how you do Alt Control Delete. And now I'm back in the server, so I'm going to maximize it again. And I'm going to put the password that I just created. Now you see, this is where, again, because you're inside the VM, the keyboard may lose its connection sometime. So one thing is you can do refresh like that on the main link, connect, and then let's see if it picked it up. You see how it automatically picks it up. So that's one fix. If that didn't fix, then you go to the settings and click on use remote keyboard map, and that also works sometimes. So I just use the password that I just created. Now we are in the fresh setup, fresh server setup. So let's maximize this whole server. So you can see this is why it's important to now follow the steps of just configuring the server. Now, the first thing people will do, they will get an IP address. Now, if you are working for a junior sysadmin, they will probably say that, okay, this is the static IP address, and you need to actually give this server a static IP address. And this point, if you have done our IT support training, you know what I'm talking about: dynamic IP, static IP. We're not going to go into this extreme basics. So, but this is a lab environment. We don't need to worry about static IP addresses. We need to keep things very simple in for the lab purpose. So you don't need to do that. The important thing that you need to do in this server, and the first thing, is to change the name of this server. So we're going to right click, go to systems, and every time you install a fresh server, it is going to come with this generic name, which is this one. And it's probably going to be a different one. You need to click on rename this PC, and here we need to match it with our VM name, because when you put the VM name, that's not a server name, that's just a VM template name. You need to actually, the operating system name needs to be changed over here. So you have to do DC01, and it will ask us to restart the server, and we will do that. Now, in production environment or in jobs, when you're dealing with servers, it's not this simple. You have to actually, after this, do updates, and then you will have to do some configuration on that server, putting a antivirus on it, and other things that the company would like you to perform. And for that, we have a full Windows Server administration course to do these tiny, tiny things and understand what each and every role or services or important roles and services works as a server administrator. So I will highly recommend that you take that course if you're into this sort of learning. And for the project purpose, this is enough that you have created the server, you have named it, and you can then go back and basically play around with basics. So you see how I moved the bar on the left side just to get to the VM. So now I'm doing that. I have to do the Alt Control Delete again in the server, and I did that, and I'm going to maximize it again. Again, I'm not in the connection machine, I am in the VM. So I'm just going to have to keep reminding people because sometimes they do mistakes and they start working in the connection machine and connection gets messed up, and then of course you will lose access. So now that we have renamed the server, as I mentioned, that as a junior sysadmin, you should then invest a little more time over here, run some updates on this server, go to some, basic settings and play around with this just to get familiar with more server operating system. Now, for the project purpose that we have to deploy Active Directory and implement Active Directory, that's something you can talk about on your resume as well. So to add Active Directory or to implement Active Directory to the server, we're going to click on Manage and we're going to click Add Roles and Features. Here we're going to click Next, and then this is the first option is selected. We're going to pick that, and you see how we change the name. And this is where I mentioned that if in servers 99.9%, you will have to add a static IP. We don't need to worry about that. Whatever IP you get over here, just use that. We're going to click Next. And here, this is where you have to select Active Directory Domain Services. So if you click on it, you can even learn on the right side. But again, this is going to be a systems administration course that you can learn all of these different things, ADDS, all that kind of stuff. So you need to click on Add Features right here and then click Next. And it will select some other features automatically. And you will click Next, Next, and then basically Install. Now, whenever you are installing Active Directory fresh, then that will also come with a DNS, DHCP, and other things inside the server. Configuration is not going to be the key part of this project because that is, again, something that you can extensively cover in our Windows Server Administration roadmap. But for project purpose, you can certainly say that you have implemented Active Directory and I have done XYZ, and that is what you're doing right now. So this is where you have this important step, promote this server to domain controller. Now this could be an interview question that once you once you have the server set up, what is this one feature that usually we will have to finish to make sure that it's a domain controller? You can talk about this scenario where you will get this feature, and basically you will need to add this step to complete this whole on the top you see feature installation. So we're going to click on promote this server, and now we are going to click on add new forest. And here you can put anything you like, but if you want to keep it simple, you can do corp.jobskillshare.org or hq.jobskillshare.org, and try to use maybe different domains if you want to. You can use your own name. You can use .local, that's up to you. But if you want to keep it this way as well, that's going to work. We're going to click next here. And this password, you may want to give it a little stronger password because maybe that may not work with extremely basic passwords. So whatever you use, it's not going to be useful anyway, but you're not going to use it again, but use something that you can remember. So let's go ahead and click next. This is what I was talking about, the DNS. So you can talk about DNS implementation. Now it's basically going out and getting a net bias. So it's going to get the smaller portion of the first, initials that we have added, like corp.jobskillshare.org. So keep everything very small, HQ, corp, CC, things like that. So then whenever you're working on the clients and you have to use something like a username and password to get in or install software, then it's easy for you to type that. You see how it's corp, and we can click next now. All right, we're almost done. So we're going to click next here and basically next. And it is going to give us some warnings, which we're going to ignore in the lab environment, and we're going to move on with installation. All right, so let's go ahead and install. This process will take few minutes and the server will be automatically rebooted. You don't have to do anything, and once it's rebooted, restart, that's it. You have an Active Directory running in your environment. All right, you see your virtual machine is getting restarted. And this might take a little longer now because it has to run domain services on the server, Active Directory services and things like that. So this is a pretty powerful server in this lab right now because you have access to group policy, Active Directory, and so many other cool stuff that you can play around. From online videos, from our courses, and things like that, you can actually come and practice. The applying settings screen took a few minutes, so make sure be patient. Just leave it running, and after few minutes, it's gonna come up. Maybe it may take a little longer for you, but just don't kill it. Let it run. Now, at this point, you see when you see a server like this, corp/administrator, this means it's on Active Directory. Active Directory is actually on it. So if you click on other server, you see how you can see the sign in is changed from normal server to corp. Before that, this option was not available, the other user. So I can now come here and type the password, and we can log in and confirm if Active Directory is on this server. So every time when a server starts, make sure that you wait for the loading to finish. You see on the top there's loading going on. And that's just a normal process for any server in Windows environment. When there's a lot of services and features or roles, it usually takes its time. So let it run, and especially when it's a fresh install, let it run. So you see how ADDS showed up, DNS showed up. This means that everything is good to go. We can click on Tools. We can go to Active Directory and Users for confirmation of Active Directory, and that's where it opens Active Directory right now. So let's open this. Now this is an area for you to practice on Active Directory. If you have been watching our courses or any other courses online, this is where you can then come and practice. But for a project purpose, you have actually implemented Active Directory. So the next thing that we would like you to do is to add a domain admin user just to get an idea of how a powerful user is created in a domain, which is IT professionals most likely. And so we got this one administrator account that may have that access, which you can confirm. You can go to properties and you can go to member of. That's where it's going to tell you that this is a very powerful account. So we're not going to use that. So we're going to create a new account. We're going to go ahead and right click inside the Active Directory. And that's another skill that you can talk about that I know how to create domain admins in Active Directory and normal users too. It's the same process. You go to new, you go to users, and let's just create a help desk. So help desk account, and most companies will be using their own initials and different type of ways to add people. So we're gonna go ahead and click next here. And what we're going to do, we're going to also keep this password very basic, so we remember it. Again, this is all you. Make sure you remember your own passwords. We're not going to be able to help in this area at all. This is everything about you doing everything yourself. So if you uncheck this, this is in a real environment. Of course, when there's a user that you add, you always want to check this so then they log into the network and then they will be automatically prompted to change their password immediately. In the lab environment, you can uncheck this and then click next and click finish. But at this point, if I test your basic Active Directory skills, if I ask you this question, is this a domain admin, yes or no? if you looked at this account and you think that this is an IT account and you said that this is a domain admin account, then that's wrong. This means that you're lacking your Active Directory fundamental skills. You should go back to our IT support training again. In our courses platform, we have a really good courses on Active Directory. But if you say that no, this is still a basic user, then you have passed the basic test over here. It is basic user because if you go to the properties right now and we click on member off, it's a domain user. This means this is a very basic account. It can log into any connected computers to this Active Directory, but with a very basic, rights. They will not be able to install things and stuff like that. So to make this account pretty powerful in this environment, we're going to make it domain admin by clicking on add domain admin. Now, if you're new to IT and you start working in a company, if you do this, you probably will get fired because that is like you just added a king in this network and that account can do anything then. So of course that will be a big security risk. So make sure when you're playing around inside your company, you're not playing around with their production Active Directory because that's like the heart of connections for most of the companies, and they won't be able to give you that access in the beginning if you're too new to IT. And they may also restrict it. And if you try to do these things, they may trigger alarms or events, and those engineers or security engineers could get alerted, and that could be a trouble for you. Just a little warning that before. I mean, yeah, it's a lab, but it comes with responsibilities. So in this lab environment, you did make this account a domain admin. You're going to click on apply and OK. So what you just did, you added an Active Directory on this server. You also added an account and you know how to deal with memberships on the account as well. Pretty good. So now we're going to go ahead and minimize this server. We're going to do this like that. And you see you have a DC01 running. The next step that we're going to do is we're going to add this app server to DC, which is the Active Directory. Now, why are we doing this? Because we want to manage app server. App server at this point is just a basic operating system installation on it, meaning if I turn this server on, no one can manage it. I just have to configure things manually, and then when I add it to the DC01, then we can manage it. At this point, app server is a work group and DC is a domain controller. Okay, same with the Windows 11. We will have to do these things to make sure that our network is managed. At this point, it is not managed. We just created one Active Directory server, and that is our goal, to manage app server and Windows 11 through Active Directory. Then we can actually implement solutions like software deployments, and all of these other cool skills can be only done when you have a managed environment. If you don't have a managed environment, you just can't do the deployments. You can do it, but it's going to be really tedious and hard to do these things. We don't do it like that. We make sure that our network is first managed from a network point of view, core services, everything is running smooth, and then we basically implement solutions to make our life easy, and also to make our staff members or clients life easy when they're using our system. Now another thing you can do in this project is that if you get tired and you feel like I really don't want this to get messed up, or I want to at least take a snapshot of what I can come back before I start playing around with other settings, you could do checkpoints in Hyper-V. So if you right click on this DC, go to connect, and once you connect to it, you see this little checkpoint right here. If you click on that, you can name it, name it something like fresh 2, like just like that, because your fresh is going to be already available in there, so you can use fresh 2. You see how I just added this snapshot or checkpoint. It is creating the checkpoint right now, and it's basically going to add the fresh 2 below the first fresh. So it's very important that you don't come over here and right click on this fresh and apply. This is going to go back to the way you started. Everything will be wiped off in just seconds. So if you have to come back because you did a mistake or you did something like that, and if you have to come back to your fresh snapshot, to make sure you click on it, make sure you select it first and then apply. Just again, if you selected the top one, If it's available to you the day you got the server, then everything will be wiped off in your VM. So now let's go ahead and start our app server. And we're going to go ahead and click on start, and we'll do the same process by renaming the server. And this time we are going to add this machine to the Active Directory. That's another skill. Do you know how to add a server to Active Directory? Yes. Do you know how to add a machine to Active Directory? You will say yes after this task. So let's go ahead and connect to that VM now. So again, we are working inside the VM. We're going to go ahead and maximize it. And again, the fresh screen just came up. This is all your password, so make sure you remember it. And I just made the password. So again, it's going to ask me for alt control delete. I'm going to restore down the whole system, the VM. So I'm going to put it down like that. And now I need to do alt control delete for that specific VM. So I'm just going to do that and then maximize it again. And I'm going to log back into that server. So we need to actually rename it and then add it to the machine. So again, as I mentioned before, then in the lab environment, you get a dynamic IP addresses, which we give it out to you, so you don't have to worry about static IPs. So for this server as well, you don't need to worry about IP address. It's just going to get that automatically right now. So just like that, you're going to say yes. And you can just cancel this box. And the first thing we will do is we're going to go to the system and we are going to rename it to app server because that's what we want to name it. App server, just like that. And we're going to click next. And restart the server again. A quick reminder, in real world, when you deal with servers, you deal with a lot of other things, updates, antivirus, protections, some customization, activations of a license, many other things that you will learn from. If you want to go deeper into server administration, you can take our courses on JSS. All right, so again, we have all control delete. We're gonna restore it down. Go to action, all control delete, and let's log in to the server. And this time we are going to join this server to the Active Directory that we have created. So this skill is joining a machine to Active Directory. Very common interview question. So how do you do this? You can basically wait for the server manager to come up. I'll show you two different ways. So in the server, the first easy way is to click on local server, and you see how it says work group. We don't want that. So you're going to click on app server, and here you can just simply click on change and then click on domain here. Now another way would be to right click, go to system, and then going all the way down and then click on advanced system setting, and it opens the same screen. Now there are many other ways to do this, more advanced ways too. You can find that out, but that is just a normal way to do it on the GUI. So if you come to the domain right here, do you remember your domain? If somebody says that, what is, you know, our domain, so how would you add our server to the domain, to the Active Directory? And you should know that, how we went to the Active Directory and we found our domain, we created it in the beginning. But if, let's say, because in 99.9%, if you go to the company, you're not going to be creating Active Directory. So how do you go? You go back to your server, Active Directory server, and then you basically open Active Directory and find it from there. There are other advanced ways, but in the lab environment, just learn it this way first, just the manual way. So what are you going to do first? You're going to type corp.jobskillshare.org. Is it going to work? Let's find out. It's totally didn't work. Corp.jobskillshare.org. So the reason it's not working in this lab environment is because this server still needs to talk to the Active Directory, because in the real network environment, when you actually turn on a machine, the DNS DHCP, everything is configured in the network. So you have the machine, you plug it in, it start talking to where it needs to talk. Here in this lab environment, we need to actually basically push this server to talk to our Active Directory. So the first thing we need to do is to minimize this. Go back to your DC by connecting here. So you're right now you're in the DC server. Let's go ahead and maximize it. Go to CMD. I'm 100% sure you know what CMD is from IT support and you know what IP config is. That's just for sure that I know. If not, I think you definitely need to go back to our IT support courses. So here, when I type IP config, we are looking into this address. This is our DNS address for the server. 192.168.79.129. We need to go back to our server now and we need to actually add this into the DNS. Now, yes, in the lab configuration, we could have made it even more easier, but that's not the point of this whole project. The point is simply using this lab and getting things done easily. And then later on, we are going to get into more advanced things in the courses. So here, we're going to basically right click, go to the connection, and now we are in the server that we need to point the DNS. So go to the DNS settings by open network and settings. And here you click on change adapter option. Right click on the Ethernet, go to properties, go to IPv4 properties, and this is where you need to point that DNS that we're talking about. So it's 192.168.79 dot, let's check it again. .129. Okay. So we're going to connect again. 129. And then what you need to do, you need to basically make sure that you save it or click OK. Okay, so we did that and everything is good. Let's go back to our server one more time. Click on change, go to domain and type corp.jobskillshare.org. And there you go. It just prompted for the username and password. So which username are we going to use? Because we created that account for this purpose, help desk, and that's how you're going to use it. If sometimes, when you get a prompt like this, you see how it says computer name and domain changes. Sometimes you may have to use, not in this situation, but like this corp/help desk. Okay, that is if it asks you for the username and password in other situations. In this scenario, we're just going to use help desk and password. Welcome to the corp.jobskillshare.org. You just added the server to that domain, and boom, now this server is being managed. Great job, you did that process. So if I minimize this and I go back and confirm it in our domain controller in DC, I'm going to open that. You see I'm in a domain controller right now. I'm going to go to computers and app server is right there. So this is how you manage a computer in a network environment. Of course, we can do this for Windows 11 too, but at this point, we're trying to configure some of the other applications now. So far, you have created a virtual machine on a Hyper-V. You know that. Now, you then went into 2022 server and you have created Active Directory on this server. And then after that, you created an account and you know how to go and change the membership of an account. Then after that, you have configured another server and added that server to the Active Directory, which is another skill. And now we're going to move on to some application level skills where you're going to learn even more stuff other than just dealing with Windows Server. Now we are going to implement a solution for security. Now, in most of the companies, when you're working as a sysadmin or IT support, they will have some sort of security solution for servers and for their desktops. And that could be a server running inside their company, and then you deploy the clients to the devices through that server, or it could be a cloud solution. But the solution that we are going to implement is going to be on premises, meaning this solution is famous. It has a name, and that's the reason why we are doing this. And that's Symantec. A lot of people know this. We have been using it for many, many years. Of course, now there's cloud solutions available, but this is the name that I want you to use on your resume. That's the whole purpose you're doing this project. Really, these type of videos are available left and right on YouTube. But the whole purpose of this is to use the names, the tools, and everything, so you can take something out of this project. And it's not just a normal video, another YouTube video that you can just pass it. So that's the whole purpose. So let's just talk about this. We're going to have same solution now. So we have an Active Directory server ready in the company. You already did that part. You got the AD, and that you have done that part, right? Now, what we're going to do in the company, we're going to add Symantec solution on a server. So basically, we're going to create a Symantec solution on a different server, and then whichever client we have in the company, that could be a server, a laptop, a desktop, we're going to deploy that antivirus from our server to that client. And that's going to be two skill set. One is implementation is going to come under the junior sysadmin, so you can use this that I implemented Symantec solution. If you're the IT support, then you can talk about I have worked on Symantec, and I basically deployed antivirus using Symantec into the client machines, and people will know that. That's the skill set. So as an IT support professional, you can say I install antiviruses and manage it. And as a junior sysadmin, you can say that from this project that I have implemented it. Even IT support can say that, but that's up to you. So let's go ahead and click on connect again, and we are going to now basically minimize, let's move this away, minimize the VM. And remember, we're working now inside the app server machine, not in the DC. That's something you just will leave it and leave it running. And we'll come back to this later on for more skills. So right now, let's connect to app server. And again, when you are inside a VM, what do? You restore the window, you go back to actions and do all control delete. You're not supposed to do all control delete on a VM on the web page. So now you know that this machine is added to the domain, and that's the reason why you're seeing these two accounts. If you do other user, you see it's showing corp. This means it's a part of a domain. And we are going to use this help desk account just to show you that if we come across any issues, we can fix things then. And I never logged in with a help desk account on this machine. How is it working? How is help desk getting access to this? The reason for this is that it got connected to the Active Directory, and because the help desk is a part of Active Directory, now that help desk can access this machine as well. And that is what we call management. Management in the companies, management in the business. That's how it works. So now I want you to pay close attention to what I do now. The things that I'm about to do is all part of a connected skill set. So when you started learning in IT support how to share folder, how to install software, how to create a disk, all of that becomes a part of a skill set, meaning at some point you will use it in one project. And that's exactly what is going to happen right now. It's not that simple that we're just going to go and install things. Right now, you have to think of this from a sysadmin's perspective and also from the IT support perspective. If we have to deploy a server, which is Symantec server, of course, the first thing in a production would be to go to the documentation and look for the requirement. You really can't just jump in and throw an application on a server without requirement, and that is for the sysadmins. If somebody asks you this question, if I give you this application, can you just throw it on that server and run it? No, you'll have to say, because in systems administration, we have to deploy something at the server level, we need to understand what is a requirement. And of course, in this lab, that's not a big deal, but that's just to give you a tip. Always make sure that you go with the documentation, especially in the systems administration world. So the question is, where is the software? The software is included in our lab system, meaning if you go back to the main machine, which is the connection machine, and it's not a part of your lab, the software is available over there. So we will learn how can we then get that software, get to this machine. So what do you need to do? You need to disconnect from this machine, not disconnect, sorry, you're going to minimize. And now you need to go back to the main connection machine. In the main connection machine, if you go to the folder, we have added it right here in this PC. Go to C drive, and this is the project files right here. Now, the question to you is, from your VM, how do you get to these files? If you totally don't know, then this means you just lack extreme fundamental knowledge. And that's why I'm going to give you a tip to go back to our IT support trainings and make sure you finish that. So to share this folder with our VMs, what we are going to do, we're going to right click on this project file, go to properties, we're going to do share, and we're going to do advanced sharing. And here we're going to do share this folder. And in permission, we're going to just select everybody. We're going to allow everybody to access, apply and OK, apply and OK. Of course, I'm not going through all of these information because that's a part of something that you need to learn from the IT support skills and the things that we go deeper into sharing type of things. So you know that the path to get to this file from your VM is this. Or you can also do it by IP address. If you just type IP config, again, very simple skill. You need to do what? 192.168.179.128. That's the address that you need to type. So we'll move this like this and keep it like that. And what we need to do now, we need to go back to our VM. So let's go back to our VM. Right click, go to connect. And we are in the VM. So what do? You open the file explorer and type // and then let's talk, type it with the name first. Do not change. Actually, do not change. Do not change one. That's the name of that server because we don't want people to change things. And if you just type like enter, is it access, like look at this, will it access directly? It won't, because the reason for that is that machine is not a part of a domain controller. So the credential that is trying to connect is not going to work, so it's going to prompt. So right now when prompting happens, what do you do over here? Like, this is where it's important piece. It says domain corp. If you type the admin password of that machine, it's still not going to work. So what do you need to do? You still need to type do not change /. You see how it changed the domain now? And then you're going to type the administrator. This is the password that we have given you. Or in other case, this is the password of that machine. And now I'll click OK. So it went out there and it already detected that project file is being shared. So that's what we just learned, that even if a machine is not a part of a domain, you can still access that machine if it's a part of the network and it's accessible. But if it's not a part of a domain, it's going to prompt and you need to change the name, the domain, so then it can directly get the files from that machine. So now we have accessed what we wanted to access in this machine. So which one do we need in this project right now to get started? We need to work on Symantec endpoint protection. So the proper way to install any application that is big as this one, almost 1 GB, you need to actually grab that file and put it on that local machine. You don't want to run this from a network, because what if something goes wrong with the network and it could be slow? So we need to copy this file and basically go to the C drive of this PC. And basically we're going to create a new folder. We're going to call it temp. And that's right there. And I'm going to tell you next, maybe we'll come across some issues and how we do things in the companies. We never install applications in C drive. That's just to show you, because we have only one drive. But what would be the solution to fix it? We'll talk about that. But first, I'm going to bring that file to the server. You see how fast this is. And now I don't have to worry about a network connection at this point. I can run this file directly from the temp by running administrator like that. If you try to do that from the share, you're going to get a lot of prompts and things like that, and things can happen. So that's not a good way. So we're going to basically run it directly from the temp in this PC now. And we're going to say yes. And right now, it's extracting the file, and then once it's done, it's going to do its thing. And that's just learning now how to implement Symantec solution or an antivirus solution inside a company at the business level. Before this, you learn how to share a folder from a work group server or a computer, and you brought that file to a your VM, and that's just a sharing skills. And try to keep everything in your mind that you did this, you did that, and that's just a part of this whole project that you can then remember it when you start working in the companies. That this is how you do things, the small things like how do you actually get to the file, going to the Explorer, putting the path, the name, putting the IP name, and slashes and things like that. These are all skills. Once the process completes, you're going to see this message. So what we're going to do, we're going to click on Install Symantec Endpoint Manager. And basically, it's going to start installing some applications and check the requirements. And then we will see if it will allow us to install it on this current system. If it doesn't, then we will need to fix things. So right now it says installing the management piece. So this is what you're going to get, install the management server console. We're going to click next and accept it. And we're going to click next again. So now if you look at our system, you see how it's telling us that your system have 28 GB free space, 2 vCPUs, and the physical memory is 7.84 GB, but the required recommended is 4 vCPUs, 8 GB RAM, and 4 GB. And that is exactly why a system administration works, or a system engineer who is going to then work on this to make sure that this is uh, you know done for an application, right? This is the difference. You can't just go and start installing things on this right now, and you can certainly use this scenario in your interview that I came across this type of situation where I had to adjust memory and spaces, and you can talk about this project. Okay, you can't just say, I got a Symantec application, I click next, 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 and I finished it, right? It has to have some sort of skill set. So we're going to cancel this and we're not going to install this right now. First, we need to complete the requirement. So let's go ahead and do that. And how would you do this? Now you are in this VM. You know this is only one drive available. In virtualization, that's the power of virtualization. And I hope you learn from our basic virtualization and IT support and other courses. You know how to add a different disk and what does that mean. In virtualization, it's very easy. You just have to go and configure that disk. So right now we only have C drive with 30 GB, but we need a drive that at least 40 GB. Okay. So we're going to minimize this and we'll go back to our server. And here, what we can do is we can basically right click on that app server and we can go to settings. And in settings, you see that we have only one hard drive available. So if I click here, that's only one hard drive. If I click on IDE controller, you see that we have a hard drive option available right here. We're going to go ahead and add it. And now you see on the left side, it's giving me that information. But if you look, everything is basically, uh, you know, um, uh, grayed out. Okay. And if I click on apply, what's going to happen? I'm going to get an error. So we can do that on this one. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this one right here, ID controller 1, hard drive. If I click add, same thing. So you see, you have to actually shut down the disk, the computer for this. So we're going to go back to the system and let's go ahead and shut this down properly. So right now this system is shutting down and I'm going to come down right now and go back to the settings. So once it's off, you can right click again, go back to the settings, and to add another drive, we will basically click on IDE controller, hard drive is selected, add, and now you see you can add it. So you can then basically click on new here, and I'm going to click next. and you can keep the VHDX, and dynamic expanding is okay because later if we want to expand it. And here we are going to name this extra space. Make sure that the name is just like that. So I'm going to basically do it like that, extra space, and I'm going to click next. And here, let's just give it about 50 GB, okay? Because we do have a size that has 50 GB overall available. So your server full size is going to show up right here. It will be either this much or a little less than that. So we just added this new hard drive into that computer, and we're going to click on apply and click OK. So now you're done, but remember we need to also go back to settings, and the memory is okay. You don't need to really mess around with the memory, but also their recommendation was to give it more vCPUs. So maybe we can go to 4 if we have that capability. Let's see. It may error out. If not, then we may have to shut this. Actually, we cannot shut down DC. Sorry about that. We will start it and find out. Okay, I think it's working. So if you, let's say, have a third machine open without DC, make sure to turn that off. If you get error about the vCPUs, which you don't have too many vCPUs available, and that's enough what we are doing in this lab right now. So we're gonna basically go back to connect to that machine again. And now what you just did, you added a new skill to your skill set. You know how to add a virtual hard disk to a server, and that is very, very common task that we come across in many environments. We run out of space almost many times. And then you need to basically figure that out to add a disk to a server. So all control delete again. And let's go ahead and log in. Before we start running Symantec again, we need to first configure the disk. Let's go ahead and right click on the start menu, right click, disk management. And again, this is something that you should know from the IT support, but in server environment, it's the same thing. We're going to come over here. You see it detected the disk on the bottom right here. We have 50 GB available. We're going to click on new simple volume, click next, next, and E is fine, next. And here you can name that extra space. Perform a quick format, and it's going to go out and format the disk. And what's going to happen now, if you go back to this PC, you see you have more space available. Okay, so now what we need to do, we're going to come back again to our C drive, go back to temp, right click, and run it as administrator. Now you're noticing one thing. You see how it took me so much time to show you first an error and then coming back and fixing things and doing almost same things again and again. And usually new people get annoyed with this. This is something you need to work on. That's your mindset. If you get annoyed, you need to ask yourself this question. This is the job that you have to do. And if you have the acceptance of doing back and forth and coming back, then you will be a successful IT professional. If not, then you're going to be always complaining about your job, your career, and then eventually you will end up leaving IT at some point if that is your mindset. Because there's absolutely no way you can be in this career if you feel like you're getting annoyed right now. Right? In the beginning, it's fine because you have to work on your mind, and that's what I want you to work on. You see how I'm coming back and forth and doing the same thing, but fixing a problem. I'm getting a solution right here. So I'm going to go ahead and click yes. All right, so once we get to this point, we're going to click on install Symantec Endpoint Manager again. Next. And next. And now here's what we need to do now. We need to actually browse here, and we need to change this C to E because we already have E available. That's all we have to do. And what will happen, it will install Symantec on the E drive with this path. We're going to click OK. And you see how everything is okay now. At some point, I mean, it's better. So let's go ahead and click next and install. So I started the copying the file, and you can confirm it in E drive. Like if you go back to this PC and let's go down to E, and there you go. Profile is available. program file and it's doing its thing. Do not shut down this machine at this point. It's going to create databases and so many different things will happen right now. And that's just the product stuff. All right, we're going to click on next. And the server wizard will start. So now we're going to keep the configuration default because it's a lab environment. For a lot more uh, custom type of solutions, they have that solutions. So let's go ahead and click next for default. This is where it's important. So you can just click on JSS Lab company name, keep the admin as admin, and the password, whatever password you give, make sure you remember this. That's very important. And email address, you should give some sort of email address over here. Now, don't give the email that I'm giving here. You can give your email and then click next. If you get a message to set up an email server or testing, just say no to that. Here's the partner information. You just click next. We don't need that. Server data collection, that we can uncheck that. We're going to click next. And it's running creating a database SQL server. And you just have to wait for this. If you get this message, go ahead and click on continue. You can also kind of see that how SQL Server is being set up. Of course, this is automated process, but in some jobs, when you start working as a proper sysadmin, you may also have to configure SQL Server manually. And in many jobs, there are SQL administrators or people with specific skill set in SQL, and usually you assign the ticket to them, they work with you. But do know that as a sysadmin, you may come across SQL installation. But in this case, of course, you don't need to worry too much. And for more deeper skills, you can go back to the courses and learn about SQL labs. We have a few labs about SQL Server, so you can take that on separate skill set. This process is almost done. Make sure to not shut down this server at this point. SQL is very sensitive type of setup. Once it gets messed up, you may have to redo everything from scratch. And even in lab environment, if you have, let's say, you did something like that, I would definitely go back to the server and refresh it and start from the scratch because you can't really fix this type of issues once it gets corrupted. It's just best to redo everything from scratch. All right, so the server is now installed. At this point, you have successfully installed Symantec server. So go ahead and finish it and it will launch the server manager automatically. Let's go ahead and cancel some other stuff and wait for the server manager to come up automatically. If not, we'll have to find it and open it directly then. There you go, it's coming up. And that's what you're going to see. So you see, as a sysadmin or a junior sysadmin, you can say that you have implemented a pretty good software that is well known in the job description and the market for skill set. You can definitely say that now. And for now, setting it up again, that is going to be a sysadmin job to work on this application on the server end. And after when everything is set up, you will tell the IT support. So now everything is set up just like Active Directory. They can go in there and then they can get clients, they can deploy clients, and then they can work on it. So this way, then IT support can also take advantage of this. So now we have created that admin password when we were creating this. Make sure that you remember your password. This is a different password. Remember, you when you were creating this application, you add that password in there. So I'm going to go ahead and log in. So this is the Symantec application. I would definitely want you to spend some time on it and just close this. And now you see this is the application stuff. This is application level skills. Now on the left side, you see we have policies. We're not going to mess around with a lot of this stuff. Everything should be just the same. Um, so in many companies, of course, they're going to come over here. They're going to do a lot of customization if they are using it heavily. And in most cases, a server will have a separate client and the desktops will have a separate client just because servers, they don't want to put too many things for connections and stuff like that. And you see how if you click on clients right here, this is where you will see the clients and people come here. They do a lot of management here. Some people like 64-bit, 32-bit, or maybe they put like this room, that room, many other things that they can put. And in the administration, this is where you are working on packages, because that's the first thing you will do. So when you come to this install packages, you see that we have one package available, which is 64-bit client available with this build. So what you can do after this, you can right click and export that package, or add, or you can even do some settings right here. And in most companies, they will have settings for specific type of installation like Mac, Linux, and other type of operating system. Here we have this full protection for clients, full protection for server. So these are the different type of settings that people play around. But I'm interested in the package right now, and this is the package, which is the latest version in this application. We're gonna right click here, and we are going to click on export. And we also want to install antivirus on the server. So for this export, I'm gonna change the setting to servers. Okay, so that's the settings for server, but the client is the same. And where do you want to export this? We are going to go to browse, and in browse I am going to export this into our E drive. Let's go to home. Actually, yeah, we can go by this PC, just like that. And you see now we have an E drive right here. I'm going to double click here, and you can come over here and create a new folder, and we're just going to call it Symantec, like that. And I'm going to click OK and OK. Now, in some companies, when they have a lot of customization, where would this client go? Like when you deploy this application on any device, then where will it go? So they can pick that specific, section. So we're just gonna pick both and click OK. And now our package is getting exported. Now, usually what happens does not have content to include. The content in the package run lives now or after installing the client software. That's fine. We can just say OK. Now, usually this is what the sysadmin does, right? In most cases, they will run a package, they will do all that stuff, create, and the client will be available for the IT support then. So let's go ahead, finish the exe, and it's done. So once it's done in this server, we don't have an antivirus. So now this is what you're actually installing, an antivirus skill on a server. Now, first you configure the server. Now you're installing the actual client. So I'm going to go to the My Company default group, open the client. And this is the client, an actual client. I'm going to right click on it, run as administrator. I'm directly running it on this server now. And I'm going to click yes. And let's see if everything is good. So preparing to install the client on this server. So once everything is done, you can come here on the right side. You see there's this little client available. So it requires a restart, which we will do. So we're going to basically restart this server now. Let's go ahead and cancel this. Restart the server. And what you just did, let's go ahead and restart it. So what you just did right now, you basically created a AD before. Now you also created a Symantec server for antivirus and security solution, and you also install the client to make sure the client works. So later on, you can then basically, if you have a let's say devices, or let's say in the room somebody's using a laptop, then you can push the client to this device to manage it and the security purpose. Before that, of course, you added the computer to the domain, so you already manage it. But now you're also taking care of the security. And that is what we do in IT mainly. This is just the normal tasks so people will look for. Installing the client could be IT support professionals. So you see how things are happening here. Let me explain this a little bit again. So as a sysadmin, you implemented AD. You also implemented the server. But then IT support is given a task that now you have all the systems up and running. You have the access. Go ahead and install the client on this device And before that, also add this machine to the AD so it can be managed. So you see how both are working together. Sysadmin have to implement a lot of things, to configure things, to make sure everything is running, and IT support, professionals can be working on the same type of things, but it's just divided skills between these two professionals. All right, so let's get connected again. Sometimes you have to refresh the page to get the connection. So I'm gonna go ahead and go back to our. Sometimes I have to move this little bar on the right side, on the left side. So I'm gonna restore this to do all control delete. Remember, you are doing everything in a VM. I'm gonna log back in now. Let's maximize it again. So on this server, we have installed the Symantec server. So give it some time so it basically start running. We also installed the antivirus on this server from that server package. So right now this server should be protected as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and open this, and you just wait for this to fully run because it will have a little icon of connection status. Right now I don't see that. So that's going to come up, and it will let us know that what's the status of the client. So there you go. You see this little green icon just showed up. That shows that your client is healthy. And I'm going to go ahead and open it. Click yes. And this is from the client side. This is what you are going to see. So in your company, if you have Symantec or any other software, it may have only one protection type of thing. It may have multiple protection systems. You see, this one have a lot of different protections going on. There's some options right here. There's settings. If you want to see if this machine is connected to which server, you can actually click here, click on troubleshooting, and you see how it's showing you the IP address of the server. That's the server, which is a current server that it's connected to. And there's a lot of other things that can happen in the company, and they will let you know how they manage it. But this is enough for someone to, at the entry level, to just say that I have done this, right? That's all it is. Getting in, becoming an expert in Symantec is a different thing. That's just based on the company. If that is what's required, you will naturally look into it. But from a lab perspective, that's done. You don't need to go too deeper into that. If you do want to check from the server end, you can open Symantec Manager by going to, just like that, Symantec. And you can open the manager again and log in and see if this client is also showing on the server. And that should be the end of your full skill set: implementation and getting the antivirus. So implementation for the IT administrator, and installing the client is for the IT support. So you have done both. So let's log in and confirm it on the server. Accept this. So once your machine is open, you can see if you come to the client now, total endpoints will show one. And if you click on the clients, you can see under default group, app server is available. You can right click on this and you can do different type of things like scan, restart the machine, and different things from even this server. So it's kind of like a management too. Okay. So now we are done with Symantec. You can cross it off from your list, put it on your resume, talk about it in the interview, and you're good to go. So let's pause and recap what we have done so far for skill set and how you're going to put it on your resume. You have started with a virtualization using Hyper-V, so you can put Hyper-V and talk about virtualization. Then you install and configure the server, so you can talk about server operating system. You can put Server 2022 as well on your resume, so you can put that. Then you implemented Active Directory. You can talk about Active Directory, user management, and also creating a server into a domain controller, so you can talk about that. Then you implemented a Symantec antivirus solution from a server to all the way to installing an antivirus. So you have done that. So you see, just in 1.5 hour worth of, because I'm talking too, so this will be less than that if you're doing it. Of course, I have to talk and explain things, but look at it. In just 1.5 hour, we have done major things for your resume. This is what we call skill enhancement, resume enhancement, and you're doing something unique than other people. This certification is great, but paper is not going to do anything compared to what you have to do over here. And that's what makes you unique. So if you have certification, that's great, well enough. But if you have all these skills, that's even better. So now we are going to work on a PDQ. PDQ is a product. Again, this is a well-known product. Just like everything else that you have seen, we as an IT professional know this stuff. If somebody talks about this, and if I have many years of experience, even if I don't have experience and I have not worked on it, I have heard about it. So it just automatically, it's a little thing between us as an IT professionals. When we are hiring people, we you know this stuff. We're like, that's great, that's awesome, you know this stuff. That's like that. So PDQ is a software deployment tool. PDQ Inventory is another one from there, and it's very well known for many, many years. So what this product does, it makes it super easy for people to deploy applications. For example, if I'm not using Symantec server to deploy clients in my network, can I use the exe or the package that I have created and deploy that same package to 300 machines automatically, or like in few minutes? Then I will use a tool like this. I'm not going to go to each and every machine and install the package one by one. It's going to take me days. And that is why we have software deployment tools to make our job easy. So we're going to use PDQ. So then you can talk about software deployment as a skill on your resume. And if somebody asks you, what type of tools have you used for software deployment, then you will say PDQ. Okay, and that's just one example. You can go out in the market and find more if you like to, but we're going to use PDQ. So let's get started. All right, let's connect with the PDQ implementation. We're going to go ahead and open our VM. We're still going to work in app server to implement a PDQ. So we're going to do all control delete and log in just like we have been doing for the beginning. So here you go. So now let's go ahead and first check where is the application. Remember, the application is on that other server, so we need to bring it here again. So let's practice that sharing skills one more time. So how am I going to get that again? So you need to type // and do not change one slash, just like that. And it's gonna basically prompt us, and we need to give what username and password right here. So if you just said help desk, you are wrong. You need to put the local account of that machine, which is basically you need to type what? Do not change slash. You see, and on the bottom we need to type what? Administrator as a user. That's the server user, and the password that we have given to you, because that's a connection machine. That's what you get from us, right? That's the one that you didn't create. We created that. We give you the password. So now if you wait, it's gonna basically get to that. Here's the project files. We have already got the Symantec, and now you know that you are going to be doing this again. Now you know in IT, when you do something again and again, you need to kind of cut it down and not do it again, right? So I'm gonna basically select all of these ones that I need except Symantec. So I'm hitting my control key and I'm picking specific ones, and I'm going to right click, copy. I'm going to go to this PC. And now in this time, what I'm going to do, I still have a lot of space in C because I'm not going to use C for any installation. So I'm going to come back to temp and paste it right here. So I don't need to go back and do all these copying again and again. So I got my applications right now. And the application that we are working right now is on PDQ deploy. Here you go. We're going to right click and run it as administrator, and we're going to run it. Now you must be wondering, if you're doing this lab all by yourself, how do I get all these applications? Yes, you have to go to their website, fill out the forms. Will be available. Some are not available. Like Symantec, I don't think you can download it like that, but you will have to do your own research. So look at this application names, go to Google and download it. Just make sure you do not download anything from internet in your main computers. That could have viruses and you may get hacked or computer get crashed. We're not going to take any responsibility. You just do everything in the lab environment, and if your lab crashes, just redo it, refresh it. But in our lab, you don't need to do that. In on the jobs, most likely when you're a junior person or you're getting ready for the job, you don't go and download things, right? People have already set up things for you. So that's why we're mimicking almost a similar scenario. Things are there for you. We're going to set it up in front of you. And then once things are set up, then we will let you know how you, as an IT support or an IT admin, who's going to do what. That's the whole purpose of this project. So let's get started with the setup PDQ, and we're going to click next here, accept agreement. Let's just uncheck that and click next. As I mentioned before, that I'm not going to be using the C drive for application installation. So I am going to move this to E just like that. And I'm going to click next. So it will install everything just like we did the Symantec. This will install in E drive. It's already done. So we're going to go ahead and launch this application. And PDQ deploy is coming up. And here we're going to click next. Let's use the free mode. We're going to, because this machine is a part of our domain controller, it automatically picked our domain and the user that we are on. And now we're just going to use the password, Active Directory password, and click finish. So this is PDQ application designed to deploy softwares through direct deployment. You can schedule things. A lot of people pay for this product in their companies. So to keep it very simple, what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on package library, which is basically a library of software that they already have in PDQ. So you see how they make it easy, kind of like, you can pick a specific software and deploy it. And let's just find something that is just freely available, not uninstalled. You can uninstall things too. There's this Windows options like features, upgrades, so many different things are happening here. But let's say, for example, we want to install this PDF SAM basic, maybe that's what they give us. So the way it works is that you go to the package, and if the package is available already, you just pick the package and download this package like this on the right side, selected as standard package. So basically, click on download, the download history starts, and you see on the left side the package gets created. So if I come over here, that package is now ready. So for me to deploy this package, all I got to do is I'm going to click on this package, and you see how I have different options. I can edit this package, I can deploy. And again, you're not going to learn deployment like an expert from this. It's just to get the skill and put it on resume. People will spend few days or probably a month or two to become experts in deployments, because this is a big skill. Imagine you're doing this for 300, 1,000 machines. You're not going to be messing around with this sort of thing. So you need to know what you're doing over here. And that is why I said that a little tip here. So deploy once will basically give you an option where then, of course, in the company, people have their targets by, CSV files, text files, or maybe some other system. So if you choose target, you see how it's picking up different systems like Spiceworks, target list, PDQ inventories, their own application. So you can pick it from there. And most likely people use Active Directory. So if I go to the Active Directory and I click on computers, it is going to go out and detect all of the computers in our Active Directory automatically. So we have DC01, which is a remote machine. And let's just pick on that, which is a remote machine. That's why we're going to use this. And most likely people have hundreds of machines right here. So we're going to pick DC01. And you see how it's check mark and says, oh, DC01 is available. And do you want to keep all this information like this? Yes. But of course, deployment can be more, advanced. I'll talk about that in a second. So I'm going to go ahead and click on deploy now. So it's going to go out there and running, showing that machine, that specific software is running on that DC machine right now automatically. It says preparing right now. So you see, from this machine, you're deploying a software remotely on another machine. That's the whole purpose. Without the other person knowing or you going out there, that's the whole part of making our job easy now, that we can just push out a software silently. When a user calls us, we need a Chrome, we need Firefox, we need FileZilla, we need this software, we need that software. If it's a big software, a lot of softwares have this capability, and we basically push it out to the machine or the network, right? As long as they're connected to our network, they could be sitting anywhere in the world. As long as they're connected and our server can connect to their client, we can do this. And it says successful. So then you can go back to the domain controller machine, which is right here. You just deploy this whatever software we just put out there. Go back here. Let's go ahead and log into this server. And let's put the password. Let's open that machine. And I think we deployed some sort of PDF. Here you go. PDF same basic is available. And that is what we just did from the deployment skill. So, of course, after this, deployment is not that easy. Like I mentioned, you can minimize this and go back to the app server. I am going to do another one technique here again, just to show you how to do this manually if you don't see that in the package or you don't have the access to the package. Let's suppose they want us to deploy a FTP, which is a very common request. A lot of people look for FTP clients on their machine for their developers, whatever. So open a browser and basically go. I mean, these are just basic info, like setup to get to the browser. Once you open google.com, type FileZilla download and download the FileZilla client, which I already did. Once you click on it, I'm just going to show it to you so that you can basically click on it, download FileZilla client. You see how it downloaded the client in the download section of the browser, and that's where the file is. Now, if we have to use the PDQ to deploy FileZilla to that machine, any machine, you're basically going to go and create a package or deploy once. You're going to type, sorry about that, you're going to click on the package. And here you're going to click on new package on the left side. And now what we're going to do is we're going to name the package FileZilla. And in the steps, what you're going to do, you're going to come over here and you're going to click on install. And what we're going to do, we're going to install the file from this location. So we're going to pick this location, the little three dots. Go to download, and wherever that file is, you can change that and pick it right here. And after this, what we need to do is basically we're going to save it and we're going to push it out. So it may not work, and I will probably tell you the reason if it didn't work. I'm going to go ahead and right click and from here deploy once, or just click on here as well. You can click right here and do the same process, right? Because I made this package now. So of course it's not that simple. When you create your own package, you have to do a little more searching. So which is the target? You can even type the target name right here, DC01. It picked it up, and I'm going to click deploy. So it went out there. It's connected to DC01. So right now on the bottom, we see that there's a connection going on. It's preparing, it's copying, and it's running now. So from PDQ to connect to the client machine, no issues. If there was an issue, you would get an error and you will have to troubleshoot that, go back to the Google, find it on Google PDQ specific error, and then start troubleshooting it. You learn troubleshooting from our courses, and that's what you need to do. Go to Google, specific error, find the solution. But we don't have that issue. Our system is connecting and the application is being copied, and the rest is just the deployment part of it. So in most cases, when you don't do any changes to a custom deployment, and most likely this is going to fail. Let me show you the first one that we deployed. It says successful. If I go to the edit package of that one that we have downloaded, look at the command line of the one that they gave us right here on the bottom. You see how it has a lot of these different type of switches with the command. This is called silent installation, or switches that needs to be added when you deploy a server on a network like that, and sorry, deploy a software. So I'm going to cancel this, and if I come back here, you see it's still running. It is going to fail eventually. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to basically right click on it and abort it, because I know that's not going to work. So I'm going to go back to the internet, and I'm going to basically go back to the Google, and I will say FileZilla silent install switch, silent install switch, or silent install. If I just type that, you can see there's a silent setup over here, and if you scroll right here, you see how they have this silent available. Even if I don't even have to go to the the website, I can just know that this is the slash s that I need to use with the installer. And that's something you need to do. You see, I didn't just know this randomly. I of course have this experience, and you have to then, with the package, you have to also go to the Google, and from the vendor, or you can ask them that, hey, what is the silent switch that I need to use, or I need to deploy this on a network. How do I do this? They will probably tell you. So in our system, we have to actually go back to the PDQ. We have to do added package. And once we do the added package here, we need to come with custom command. We need to add that slash I think it was a big letter, capital letter. So here you see I did a slash s with that installation. So it's saying that once you get added to that server or a client on a network, make sure to use this switch when you install it, then it will work. All right, so let's save this and now close this and let's retry again. Right click, redeploy, and it's going to start the redeployment and deploy now again. So it's going to do another deployment. It's connecting, and let's see what happens now. Preparing, copying, running, and let's see if it's going to finish the installation. So just wait for this status to change. Boom. It took about almost 10 seconds. So you see, that's how it works. Like that's something, just a small thing, a knowledge. You have to go back and fix things. I mean, it's not an actual error. It's just me not fully doing configuration, because that's where people get stuck. So at this point, you have learned how to implement a PDQ, software deployment solution. You tested also deploying a software on a network, and you also figured out how to use silent switches or deployment switches. And that's it. Of course, you don't want to become a deployment expert at this point now, because that's a total different story then. You just got this point, put it on your resume, and now this skill set is gone and you should move on. Now, sometimes as a junior sysadmin, when you deploy these type of implementations, you may also come across upgrading or updating applications. Like on this one, you see a new version is available, so you will just click here, it's available, download and install now. You can do that, download and install now, and basically run this process. And that's very normal for sysadmins. This is very normal ticket that you're going to come across. So now I am just downloading the new version of PDQ deploy. I just went through that process, and it's going to open up again, and it's going to run, it's going to patch it and secure it and all that sort of stuff for any other type of application. And that's it. And it's a very small thing that I just did, and I got the PDQ updated to the latest version. And that would be also something you can add, that I implemented PDQ solutions. I, created packages, and then IT support staff use those packages. And if you are the IT support, you know how a PDQ got implemented. You can say, this is a project that I did. I implemented PDQ on a server level, and then I also created a lot of packages to deploy it on the client machines and things like that. So this is where you can, utilize both ways for IT support and for IT administration. So we're done with this PDQ software deployment stuff. So you can go ahead and close this. And now we're going to move into another piece, which is called inventory. And that's another skill that a lot of people look for. So let's talk about that first. When you join a company as an IT support professional or a sysadmin, most likely the company is already set up. They have devices, they have routers, switches, servers, laptops, projectors, and many different things. Now, back in the days, this thing maybe just probably became a problem where, how do we manage all this equipments? How do we know what is what, and how would we tell accounting for, like, what are we buying, and invoices and things like that? So people came up with solutions, and most likely they call this inventory systems. And that's where, when you have a laptop in the company, just one laptop, you need to make sure that you record the serial number, the tag number, the model number, whichever system they use, you will do that part. And for a systems administrator, they do the same thing. If it's a server, if it's a router, switch, whatever that is, under their access, they will be able to manage that. So if you look at it, if companies have many devices, we need that. Without this, I mean, it's going to be a very headache or hectic job for IT professionals to manage things. So of course, things are smart now. So when you plug in a laptop, people then came with solutions like automatic, inventory systems where you have a software running under a specific server. So let's assume this is a server, and in this server, we are going to install a software, and that software is basically going to go out on the network, and it's going to detect that, okay, this machine is Windows 7 with 6 GB RAM or 8 GB RAM, and this machine is a Windows 10, and this is going to be 4 GB RAM. So imagine if we have Windows 7 almost let's say 300 machines, then it's going to make put that machine in a group where everything is then being managed like that. If it's a Windows 10, it's going to do the same thing. 20, 30, 40, 50. And when you go to that software, easily you can say, okay, we got a total of, let's say, 500 machine, and out of 500, we have Windows 7 this many. And same for the server, and that could either, they could even make it more advanced, like where people can then tag invoices with that, and they can go to the accounting, and that's really up to the company, whatever they decide. But the skill is that you're just learning about the inventory system, and you can talk about it in your interviews, and you can say, yeah, I worked on some sort of software basically called PDQ. There's different ones, Spiceworks, there's some enterprise level stuff going on, but PDQ inventory is good enough. The main thing that you're doing in this project right now, you're just telling them you know about inventory. That's it. It's really not a big deal if you know a specific software or not, just like any other third-party software. So let's go to the lab, implement it, and gain some knowledge from that. And so we can also put this on the resume. All right, so let's go ahead and click in our lab. We're going to still work on app server, any type of application implementation. We're going to do that in app server. And let's go ahead. Oh, I actually have to do all control delete inside the VM. So I'm just going to restore the window. All control delete, and now I'm going to log in to this server with the password that you have created. And again, you're going to go to this PC. You already did this part where you got all the files. So we are going to use this specific software called Inventory, and it's also from the same company. PDQ, the one that PDQ deployment is done, this is the same company. So we're going to go ahead and say yes. Next, accept the agreement and check that box. And again, we're going to put this in E drive. We don't want to put anything in C drive, and install. Now, some softwares are a little more advanced, and I will talk about that later on. But for this purpose, just to get that skill, this is the easy one. So let's go ahead and finish this. Same process for almost any network type of software or business related software. They have these type of capabilities where you click on next, you put the license in there, and then you click next. We're going to use the free mode, and it automatically picks our Active Directory. So that's done, and now we're going to go ahead and put the password and finish. Make sure you put the password correctly. If you don't, you're going to get errors. So your password is the one that you created in this server. So make sure you put that. So you see, once you open this, you can kind of check it. There's a lot of things going on over here. And on the left side, this is where this application is telling you that, okay, you can do a full network scan. If you want to do that, you can come over here. And that's what it's doing right now. It's actually doing the first scan. But you can come over here, add computer, go by Active Directory. And if you have 1,000 machines, it's going to show 1,000 machines in Active Directory. We only have 2 right now. We're going to select these 2 and move it to the right side. Now there's this, it says duplicate because it's already got the first one. So we're going to move this back in here. We don't want to duplicate. So the DC one is the one that we need to add. And you see it's going out there and it's going to scan the DC machine. So what it's doing right now, it's going out there and it's going to scan the machine. It's going to let us know the status is online, the DC is online, and it's connecting, and it's going to gather information. You see how it says OS 2022, the OS number, the release number, so many different information that can be found by here. You see how which computer is who was online last time, the manufacturer, the model, the serial number, the memory, and actually the CPU as well. This is not only just for for inventory purpose. It's also for tickets. Like a manager will come to you one day and say, how many Windows 7 machines do we have? How many Windows 10 machines do we have? Or 11? We need to do an upgrade. We don't need any 7 or 10 running in our business because it's people are moving away from it, and let's go ahead and do some sort of checking. You're not going to go and do this manually in the company. If you do that, that's fine. If they don't have any software, you may have to open a machine and go to the system, find the memory and things like that. But I would be like surprised if they don't allow you to run a system like this, or they may not have implementation done like this, because that's going to be a very tedious type of job then. So now, once you have a machine, you can actually do more than just getting the info. You can actually do actions on that machine too. If you come over here and you scan the machine, you can see there's more thing like tools. You can come here and you can manage the machine. You can go to the event viewer. You can reboot the machine. You can do the remote desktop. Run a command is big one. And I like this piece right here. It's very, very cool. Let's say you have 200 machine and you want to run one command on 200 machines because maybe you want to do a group policy update, that you want to make sure that it goes out and do it while machines are on. You can select, let's say, these two machines right now. I can run a command just like that. On top of these two machines, I can run this command. I can open the command right now. So you can do a CMD, you can do a PowerShell if you have paid version, but here let's do CMD with ipconfig. So I'm running a command on network, and I want the result for these two machines by running ipconfig, and I can click this little icon right here, or just do the enter. Sorry about that, enter. So you see the command is running on two machines right now. So the output will be shown in the middle of the screen. So you see, it gave me the IP information of the local device, and it's doing the DC01 right now. Let's see if that's going to come up. If it doesn't work, then there's maybe some other issues like firewall or some other things going on, and you may have to troubleshoot that. But that's just to give you an idea that that's possible to run a command from one single device on thousands or hundreds of devices. Now, if I want to see the DC machine, then I click here. You see, if I click on that, the IP changes. You can see that app server is 130, the DC is 129. And that is really cool feature in this inventory system. And if you want to know the inventory by memory, let's say if you click on the memory, it will tell you which machine have like what type of memory, and you can change the customization. So for example, if I expand this, I can say 5 to 8 GB. How many computers do we have with that sort of memory? You see, two computers got picked. So let's close this. And you can make more custom type of things over here, like if you want a machine with Office 365 specific version, then it will pull up those machine. If you want it with PowerShell, it will show that, and you can add your own. If you have, like I said, the paid version, then you will be able to do that. But of course, I'm not trying to promote this product, nothing to do with us, but you can see why people use it. It's so easy. It's what makes our life easy. And you will come across products like this all over IT when you start working in an enterprise level businesses. They have these type of things, and this is the reason why people put this type of skill set on the job, because they use it and then they want you to know about it. Okay. And when people get jobs with experience, the only thing that experienced professional is saying that I know these things. So if you do these things, you're also equivalent to almost the same person, but that's what they know. A new person don't know these things. Most of them, they think that it's just about Active Directory, add a user, or server, or just spin up a server. Those are not, those are just one time thing. We actually mainly work on products or third party products that we have been using it for years and years and years, and that's what makes us more experienced, and that's where we go for bigger jobs, or bigger jobs as in like more experienced jobs. So this is why it's important for you guys to come over here and practice, whether it's your lab or this lab, but make sure to play around with this. So now you're free to play around here. We're going to be closing the inventory. That we're done with that. Again, you can just add this on your resume, use this product on your resume, and just showcase that in the interviews as. All right, so now we are going to uh, go to another product which we can add on our resume. And more than a product, what are we covering? We're covering a patching skills now. So what is patching? Basically, you're updating systems, and if there is a new a software version available, and if you have some sort of patching system, you don't need to go and download and deploy softwares all the time. If you know that you're running Firefox in your company for 300 machines, that you won't be doing deployment all the time. You need some sort of software that can detect 300 machines having Firefox, and then if the Firefox have new version available, then you will use some sort of patching software that can detect that we have version 2 available or whatever, then like that's a new version, I'm just naming it, and that system will detect it, and that system is going to go out and update all 300 machines automatically, or you can just force it. You see how cool this is? You could be sleeping and things can be updating and protecting and all that kind of stuff. But of course, it's not that simple that you're going to leave your systems like that and one day you wake up and everything is crashed. That's why these type of skills or these type of products are implemented by sysadmins or people who know what they're doing, because then they know that they're dealing with hundreds of machines, and that could be impacted in seconds if they do mistakes. So again, patching will be implemented by who? A sysadmin mainly. And then who is going to work on it? Maybe they will give you some access and some things that are easy to manage. They will give it to IT support. So IT support should also know about patching, because that's another unique skill that you can add on your resume that a lot of people will be hesitant to add, and they probably won't even know about this. So the product that usually you will come across mainly is called ManageEngine. Microsoft WSUS and many other products are out there on internet that can do the patching. But ManageEngine is a big one, big company. So the reason I kind of add this, because on your resume you don't want to just add one company's PDQ inventory and everything from PDQ's company. You should put ManageEngine, you should put PDQ, you should put another company, you should put Microsoft, and that's really make your resume unique and experienced resume, or a resume that looks good to IT professionals or manager, and then they feel like, wow, this person have done a lot, or less to teach. A simple thing, it's less stress for IT managers to teach a person who can come up with this type of different type of things on the resume. So now we are going to talk about patching and implementing patching systems to get this skill set on this project. So let's go ahead and connect to your project. So if your machine is not connecting, this means the timeout already happened. So go ahead and refresh the page. Once you refresh the page, connect again and you're good to go. And let's go ahead and restore this server. We are still going to work on app server, and we are going to do all control delete on VM and password. And we're going to go back to our files. And this is the ManageEngine available in your files right here. You can always go to the internet and download it yourself from the ManageEngine site. You just need to type ManageEngine Patch Manager Plus. They have different products, by the way, but we're just talking about this right now. So let's go ahead and run this product on this server. I'm going to click yes. So now, who is implementing this? A sysadmin. A sysadmin, as a sysadmin, a junior sysadmin, you can say that I have implemented ManageEngine Plus for patch management solution, and you can talk about it. For IT support, you can just watch this or implement it yourself and later play around with it, and you can still talk about it that I did this in my learning you will still get some good points. So I was doing a mistake. I was actually installing this in C drive. We're not going to do that. We will come back here and change this to E. Okay, click next. So the good thing about this product is that it runs on a web link, meaning you can open this link from any other machines to manage your systems. So these are the ports, and I hope you know about what ports are at this point. That's just basics. So I'm just going to click on next, 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 and that's it. We'll just wait for it to finish up. This process can take some time, so make sure you just give it its time. And once this is done, then you can work on it, but just leave it running. Once your installation is finished, you're going to see this. You can skip this. And right now it's configuring, and you see right here it says, yes, start the Manager Plus. If for some reason your screen is stuck for after many minutes, let's say almost 15 minutes, you can come over here on the right side, right click on this little icon and start the service right here. And then go ahead and finish this. But it's best to wait till you see this message. So right now, of course, this is just installation workflow. It's we're gonna go ahead and close this. We don't need that, and we'll wait for this to finish its starting right here. You see how it says starting. So hopefully it will open a web page automatically. If not, we can double click on this right here, or we can right click here and open the web console. So right now, if you see after some time, if you just move your mouse on top of this icon, you see it's running. That indicates that the ManageEngine is currently running right now. So let's go ahead and actually open the web console and see what's going on. You see on the top right there, that's the link. Or you can actually use an IP address as well, right? You can use IP all the way down here, colon 8383, and you can access it through the network. And that's what you're going to get in the initially admin and the password. You can change it if you want to. So you're going to get this welcome screen. You can just click on start evaluation. You get 29 days unlimited access to all of its features. We don't need 29 days. So what we need to do first in this is a patch management system, meaning this is where everything can get managed, meaning it's Windows updates, third-party updates, so many different things, right? But before getting to the updates, you need to configure this so that it can work on Active Directory. And that is what a sysadmin will do. That's where their knowledge will play a big role in setting anything that has to do with Active Directory. So if I come over here and go to the admin, these little three dots, and I can go to the admin, and we need to find where we can do these type of changes. You see, in most applications, it will name it domain, Active Directory, something like that. So we're going to click on the domain here, and we'll see what we can configure. So it already detected our domain, so it may have already basically added that, but let's see if it's actually doing that. Domain controller is not there, so this means maybe it's not. So we have to modify that. We're going to go ahead and modify it. And you see it says corp, but there isn't any name out there or the admin name available here. So who are we going to add? We're going to add help desk and the password, because this is a domain admin, so it may be able to get that connection going. So it automatically, if it's not picking up, so what are you going to do? You're going to put the domain name, which is corp, right? AD domain name and a full domain name, a domain controller name. What is a domain controller? That's the machine that you added Active Directory on it, remember? So that is the main machine, DC01. It automatically went out and picked all of that information. In case it didn't, then you know this is how you need to put it. We're going to update domain details. Now it actually did added this whole system under domain. So to test it, like, if you want to add a computer from this patch management, like I want to deploy a agent on a different machine so that it start to patch that machines. Right now it's not doing that. So if I click on computers here, you see I have app server added into this. But before actually doing that, we actually need to fix one more thing, and that is how this system is getting all of the patches, which is right here on the left side. So first, let's do that. So if I come to the patches right here, you see we don't have any patches, but there are many latest patches and things available right here. Um, Weave status. Let's go ahead and look on this Weave status on the left side of the management. So you see how it says the proxy not defined. We need to actually click on the proxy where it's going to go out to the internet first. And we may have to change this because we are not going to use a proxy in the middle. We are going to use direct connection to internet. And that is something, of course, you need to know about a little bit about how internet works. And that's something, if you don't know too much, just follow this direction. What we are doing, we're telling this machine to don't go through some sort of proxy, just go directly to internet and get the information. So we say no connection to internet. His direct connection to the internet, nothing else. And we're going to save it. So it's going to, this machine is going to go directly to the internet, and now it's going to get connected, and that's where it's going to go out to the internet, its own servers, and download all the updates and things like that. Okay, so now it's connected, good direct connection to the internet. So now if I go back to the patches one more time, you see how the update on the left side is available. I can click on update, and this system is going to go out and start getting patches, right? And whichever system that it has already added in its system, it's going to start telling us that this machine or this specific server is missing patches. So now let's go back to the admin, and let's go back to the domain. And since we didn't have any other machines in the computer section, we are going to add the machine here. So you see how you can, from this machine on internet, I can go out there in my Active Directory and find which machines are available. Okay, so it could be hundreds, 50, whatever. You click on that little DC01 now, next. And basically it's going to tell me what is this, all that sort of stuff. We're going to ignore that, and we're going to install the agent on the domain DC01. It's adding the selected computer, and you see how it went out and added DC01 yet to install, meaning on that DC, whenever it triggers, it's going to basically install the agent silently and automatically. Initiating an agent installation on one computer. So right now it's initiated. And sometime, if everything goes well, no errors, then this is going to become green. And this means from this patch management system, you can manage that DC machines, its updates, and stuff like that. Now, of course, this company also offers the similar type of things like inventory system, meaning you can do inventory, you can control it, you can remote into it. Nowadays they have a cloud version available. Most of the applications are converting into cloud access, which is like you can access this from a web right here. Simply you will use their cloud web application, and then you're just gonna not do the installation in your company. And most of the companies are doing like a hybrid. They use this sometimes, they use cloud version sometimes, depend. But you see, the concept is the same everywhere. Whether you use it on premises or whether you use it in the cloud system, you're still connecting machines together and managing it from one system to another system. Pretty much the same concept all over. Now it says installation successful. It says installation successful, but this is down. So I'm just going to click on it, and you see how it changed. It was red, but when I clicked on it, it's changed. So even from this system, I can shut it down. I can restart. If I click on this DC machine, I can actually go in there and patch scan from here directly, or I can go to the patches on the main tab here, and you see we have all of this available right here. So it's going to show up at some point. That machine will show up, but this has to finish first, this preparing all that information, patch SQL and all that kind of stuff. This needs to finish, and then we will see some information. So let this finish before we do any scanning on that machine. And just to note, this process takes a lot of time, so just take a break, get some coffee, tea, chai, and then you can come back and check it. Maybe everything will be finished by then. This process took a lot of time, and then I remember my own comment that that's what we have to do to develop patience when working in IT, and that's fine. So now everything is done. We're gonna basically now click on patches. You can see that we have there's no patches available at this point because we haven't scanned any system. So let's go to systems here and see that we have two systems available. One is the DC01 and one is the app server. So once you see something like this on the left side, that's where you're going to see vulnerable systems, highly vulnerable system, and that is where then you can automate your process. Let's say, for example, you can tell the patch management system that if my machine is vulnerable, and that comes into this category, then it should run a automatic patching, and then that should patch the system. Or you can probably design a weekly based patches where a system will be patched on weekly basis. That's really up to a company, right? And you as a help desk can maybe also come over here and patch some client machines if they have that capability, or they have added the client machines like Windows 11 or 10 into this type of system. So maybe you may also have access and do a lot of patching on a client level. Now, of course, when it comes to patching, you will usually people will come over here and then they will start scanning the system. So if you click here, you see there's this patch scan. So if you do the initiate of scan, so it says patch scan initiated successfully, and you can do this for the DC over here too. So let's go ahead and do that as well. So what this will do, this is going to go out there and it's going to start scanning those machines. So right now you see that when we come to the update section, it's already updated. Let's go ahead and check the view the status, and that's the status right here. And if you go back to your systems, you'll see that they are still good. So of course, if there's no patches available, no missing patches, then you don't have to do anything for the system. But let's see if it's gonna end its scanning, and then let's see if we can find some missing patches. So as I mentioned before, that when we do scanning, this is where it will take a lot of time, and that's a good practice because when you're new to IT, as I mentioned before, this is something that you have to develop that patience because none of this stuff will happen immediately. And you see that we have all the scanning completed after all of this long time. You see that the message changed from healthy to vulnerable. So if I, let's say if I refresh this page, and on the left side we have now vulnerable system and highly vulnerable system, and this is how your patch management can be automated to fix these issues on weekly basis or whenever you want. So for example, if we are going to click on the highly vulnerable system, let's see which one is the highly vulnerable. The app server is the highly vulnerable. And now what you can do after this, you can click on the system and deploy the missing patches to fix this from highly vulnerable to healthy system. We can do this manually, and as I mentioned, you can also automate process over here too, but I'm going to do this manually. So I'm going to say fix high vulnerable. Okay, and what we are doing is we're basically fixing by adding these patches to the system. So I'm going to go down now, and this is the deployment now. That's where it's going to go out and deploy. Apply deployment policy. So the policy is like, what do you want to do? Deploy anytime at the earliest. We are going to pick that one first. And actually, we're going to pick this one to allow user intervention, skip the reboot. So we should do that because maybe it will ask us to reboot the system. So you can pick different type of policies. And once you come down, you see that it's going to be then doing 2 tries automatically, and then it will stop after startup. And now on the bottom is the option that we're going to use. It says that deploy or deploy immediately. We're going to do a deploy immediately. So it's going to go out and start fetching the target, and it will start the deployment process. And it gives you a status of what's going on, that the patches are being downloaded at this point. And once that's downloaded, then it's going to start deploying those patches to this machine. Now, think of this as a 300 machine, 400 machine. I mean, it could be many more. And sometimes company even hire a professional just to do patching and deployments. And that pay a pretty good amount of money. But this is why, I mean, you need to invest so much time into these type of products if you are going to go to that route. If you are just a normal IT professional, IT sysadmin, of course, we don't spend too much time, getting everything at the expert level. But once you bought the license from them, you can always contact the support and get some help from the vendor. And we don't spend too much time just to become an expert in a product type of things. But at this point, our machine is going to get patched. That's the whole purpose of why you are doing this project, even though it's taking so much time. One, it's teaching us the patience of working with this type of skill set where a system have to go out and find issues and fix issues. It's always going to take time. That's the number one. It's giving you the skills of being patient and as an IT professional. Second is that you found the patching system, you know how to add a system, you know how to scan it, and then you know how to fix it as well. So now you know the whole flow of patching, and then you can talk about this whole project in your interview that you worked on a ManageEngine, basically, and that's where you're gonna get that. You see how we got the notification on the system, and it's basically telling us the administrator has configured patches, and we basically made that we can hide this as well and kind of force it, and we're just going to do start now. So it's going to go out there and it's going to patch this system, and after this it's going to be done. And what's going to happen next is you're going to go to the patches right here. Sorry, not the patches, the system. And from this highly vulnerable, this is going to come down to healthy system. Okay. And of course, you can also set the policies over here, but that's what it's doing at this moment. If you want to go back to, the systems again or deployment, sorry, you can check the deployment again here. It sees right here, it's in progress. And sometimes you can also see it over here in your client that also sometimes shows like different type of configuration. You can also run a scan from the client. You can apply the configuration. If let's say the server is not working, sometimes you have to do troubleshooting on the client as well. And you can click on the progress button, and this is going to show you the actual progress. So you can suspend it, you can move it to trash, you can redeploy, and that's how you can do things right now. So let's see configuration details. You can go to summary. And at this point, it's in progress. So it's just installing stuff at this point right now. So you see right here, it's in progress. Once everything is installed in the background, and it's going to be green, and then the system will be moved down to the healthy system. Now, in this lab environment, you don't need to worry about any errors or anything like that. You are free to invest that time if you do have that time. But if you have gotten to this point and everything is good to go, you got the system added, I think you can, comfortably talk about this project in your resume or anywhere you would like to just get some scoring for this project. So now we are going to move on to a next project. We can always come back to this. And the next one is going to be about backups and restore on a network level. So let's talk about the network backups for a moment because that's very important. Network backup is very important for IT support professionals and also for IT systems administrators because when we work with clients, they will sometimes delete folders or files and things like that, and maybe sometimes a very important devices need to be backed up, and then you need to recover systems or files. In most cases, it's going to be files. So network backup is extremely important, and that's where when you go to companies, you may come across even third-party softwares in this or companies. So this is a big one. You can search it, VEAM. And basically, we're not going to cover that one, but the one that we're going to be cover is called your backup. And the whole point that I'm going to basically show over here how network backup works, like on the network or through the network. So this way you can talk about this project in your resume, and you can also, have an idea how this works, and that will be a skill set for you. So once this is done, we will have quite enough skills to for this project. So let's go ahead and connect to our systems, and we're going to log in. So restore this. Let's go back to Alt Control Delete, and we're going to log into our system. And now we're going to go back to our files, and the files are in C drive. Oops, not program file, project files. I think I'm in a wrong machine. Temp. There you go. So here's your backup server. You're free to go online and download the new version if you're doing this on your own home lab, but try to use the same over here so everything is the same and there will be no margin for errors. So I'm going to go ahead and run it as administrator on this machine, and I'm going to click yes. So again, who is doing this? A system administrator is implementing a backup solution, and then everybody else can use it, just like how you have been learning how things works in IT. So we're going to click OK, click next. We're going to change the path here to E, and we're going to install. So right now we're installing the server piece on this on this server. So this would become a server where it can back up our clients and anything on our network. This is where everything will get connected. So it's pretty quick. It's done, and once it's done, you see there's an isn't any way to open this, but the easy way would be to find your backup folder right here, and it says that your backup interface. It's pretty simple. So once you open it, you see how it's going to open up this web page. And the first thing, you're going to see an error. So we'll have to fix some of the errors. You see right here, there's a new version of your backup available. Download it here. You can try that. And let's go ahead and actually try that, because maybe sometimes it's best to do that. So once you open that, we're going to go ahead and click on download from Windows. And then we're going to click on the your backup server edition, the top one. Once you click on it, you see it's downloading the new version. And we're going to open that from here, right click, and run it as administrator, and run it. So I'm also showing you that it's not about just we giving you a software. You can definitely go and download things in this lab and try it. So if you follow this step-by-step solution, you shouldn't have any problems. I'm going to keep the same everything is probably going to go out there and it's going to replace everything. So it's doing that right now. It's done. Okay, let's go back to the interface of that your backup. So let's go up. There you go. Okay, so this is the new version right now. It says right here on the bottom, and you see how it says that the directory where your backup will save backups is inaccessible. Please fix that, and basically you need to fix that. And to fix it, you need to go to settings, and this is the directory that they're talking about. So we need to change this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go here to this PC, and I'm going to go to E, and here I am going to type your backup. You can put anything you like, but try to use it the same way, your backup. Then I'm going to come over here and change this E to C to E. I already created the folder. And then I'm going to come over here and save. So let's see if we go back to the home. By clicking on your backup home, you see the arrow went away. That's good now. So we don't have any other errors, I believe. You can see my statistics, logs, backups. And that, another cool thing is that this is also accessible through web. So you can type the IP address, which is localhost mean it's a local IP address. You can put the IP address of this server 55414, and then from other computers you can access. That's kind of like a network-based backups work. So right now we're not done yet. What do we need to do next is we need to get a client to basically connect this server with to get the backups. But what is it going to back up first? So let's go to settings. And in the settings, this is where you define information. Okay. So this is a server setting where it says do not do image backups. You can click here and it will not do an image. Image backup is like a full image, full computer is being backed up. So I'm going to check that because we don't want any image being backed up at this point. You can also check the file backup, but that's the purpose we're doing. We want the file backup to happen. So if you come to the file backups here, then it gives you more intervals, like how long do you want to do these backups? 5 hours. Then the full backup needs to be done in 30 days. So full backup is always going to be a large backup. And the incremental backup is the changes after you backed up the full backup. And then the changes that happens is going to be 5 hours. So you see, you can change tiny money information. How do you want to back up things? For images, the same way. You can do the full backup for 60 days, and then any changes would be 7 days because images are going to be big, right? It's like a full file, full C drive, and everything. Um, so some people use network backups to back up a lot of systems that are important for CTOs, VPs, big high profile people. They may want to get their machines backed up pretty quickly and they can recover them by having the backup. Some people don't do backups like that because there's so much space is required and they will just pick like special servers and everything like that to being backed up in those systems. And you're free to check other like advanced stuff, internet backup and things like that. There is some other user stuff, LDAP, like if you want to connect this to Active Directory and the username and the password to walk through that, mail, but don't play around too much with it because, like I said, that's not the point of these projects. It's just once you implement it, you do the basics, you get it on resume, and that's it. You should take all of your headache on work then. Once you find out what software they use, what type of system they use, then invest all that time you have. Don't try to master anything right here to learn the skill sets at the level where it's just becoming a product skills then. So coming back to the point, we need to install the client now. How do we install the client? Well, there are two ways. So if you have added the Active Directory and everything is working fine, then you can go back to your backup. And usually what happens is that it will automatically detect clients, which if you click on add new clients right here, you see you can detect it by name, you can detect it by this little key that they have, or you can just type the name. So for example, if I type DC01, please enter the name of the new internet. I don't know what this, let's see, internet. Let me just try this. JSS Lab. So you see, once you get this, now of course that errors out. We the reason for that is that we haven't really configured this whole system like that. What we want to do is to download the pre-configured client installer for Windows. So once you click on that, you see it's gonna start downloading the client right here. So if I basically open that, I'm gonna go ahead and click on keep. Usually when you have something like that, Microsoft is gonna warn, so keep anyway. And this is the client. So right now I'm going to open this client application and I'm going to say yes, click next, I agree, and install. So this is one way. You can always go back to the website of your backup and download the client directly from the website and use that client on any network-based computer, and it will automatically look for this server and that client will be then added. That's another way if this way is not working. So I just finished this. You see on the right side on the bottom, my client icon just appeared, and it's asking me, what do you want me to do with this client? So here I am going to basically click on finish and just keep this backup all files except temporary, blah, blah, blah. And it's probably going to look for the server in a few seconds. So you see the client icon just changed, and that's what's happening right now. It already detected the server. So if I come over here, you see how I can do from the client side, I can do full backup, incremental backup, I can do settings right here. But at this point, it's if I click on status, you see how it's connected to the server IP address, which is the same server, by the way, and is doing full file backup running. The reason it's not going to do image backup because I told it not to do the image backup. We don't want that to happen on this computer right now. So that's how really it works in the network. You just need a server configuration, and then you need a client, and you learn how to deploy clients, by the way. If you have 300 computers, how do you deploy that? The answer is PDQ, group policy, so many other ways. So this can be deployed automatically to many, many, many clients, or you can automate it in the group policy. So everybody that gets added to the domain, they gets it automatically. So people will have all these step-by-step things in their companies to make it easy for them. If you go to the activities, you see how what's happening right now. It's doing a full backup. It almost 2% is done right now. So you can see it's moving up. But if you want to go back to the backups, you can click on the backups on the top and pick the computer. At this point, it's not there because it's still backing up. So what will happen basically? We're gonna get all the machine files being backed up. And if let's say I accidentally go in and delete a file or mess around with those files, I can always come back to my backups and I can open the backup. I can download that backup and give it manually, or I can restore the backup from the network. That's something that's very important. A lot of these applications that are web-based and network-based, they have the capability to restore, let's say a file from yesterday, a week ago, or 30 days, whichever backup you have, it can restore it on top of that same location. And that's very important in terms of security because sometimes back a few years ago, people's file will get encrypted with a lot of these different type of viruses that are out there, malware and stuff like that. And if people didn't have any backups, they would be totally encrypted and they had to either pay or maybe just redo everything from scratch. So having a good backup will also take care of those type of issues. Let's say somebody encrypted the whole network today, your backups or your systems. And if you have really good backups, you can do it the restore from let's say 7 hours ago or 5 hours ago. Of course, you lose something, and that is something security will have to be more hardened up if somebody can get a hold of that sort of things. But you have the solution at least. If you want to see the live activity, you can click on activities right here. You see this is live, and that's where it's what's happening. The speed of that backup. If you have a fast network, local network, it's going to be high. You can see the logs right here, and that will show you extensive logs. And sometimes what happens is that maybe you might get an error and things like that. So this is like where you can come and check specific error and then troubleshoot things. So really cool open source software that is extremely advanced as well. So if you learn this, I believe any other networking backup system is a piece of cake for you because that's how all of these features are enterprise level. So when we are done with this, I'm going to actually show you the whole backup and restore process, and then this way you will understand how the restore part works as well. So when everything is 100% backed up, you see that our backup is completed. And if you go to the backups, let's see if we can access now. You see now we can access all the backups from here. This is a C drive that you just backed up into E drive. Of course, on the rail network, you're going to get the C drive of a network machine or another machine. But we're trying to make things easy over here. So now you see that we have the backup available, which you can basically mount an image. So your backup use non-sandbox server operating systems to mount blah blah blah. So you can click on mount image. Once you do the mount image, you see that the full C drive is available for you as a zip folder. So this could be another machine, like I mentioned, and you can download the whole zip folder. Or let's say if somebody deleted an important file from a user folder, let's say you clicked on the user, my document, and in my document, if there was a file available, you would have been able to download it from there. But if I go back, there's nothing in there. Let's actually go to something like administrator, and let's just talk about this desktop here. Once I click on it, you see it downloaded. It blocked it, but of course, if I keep it, it's gonna give me that file then. So that's how it works, especially when you're using it like that. If it was a network backup, meaning like just a folder backup from a network device or a network system, it's not going to be a mounting image. It's going to be directly going into that file, and then you can actually restore it on top of that is, section. So right now, this is like a whole C folder being backed up. If you click on it, you see how it's just downloading. But in other way, you can also select a backup of a specific file. So let me show you that. If I right click on this client, I can go to add or remove a backup path. If I click here, you see how it's E and C is being picked. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove these paths. And here, I'm going to pick a path right now. I'm going to go to document, and let's just add one specific file in here. So let's just pick document, select the folder. So right now I'm only specifically backing up that path from the computer. So I'm just gonna click OK. And if I come to, let's say, activities, let's do stop this backup. I'm gonna come over here, right click, and I'm gonna do full file backup now. Oh, it's already running. Okay, so probably that's the same backup that I just picked. Last backup is done. Let's just click on do file backup one more time. Because once you change it, maybe it will take a little time for it to refresh. As you can see, image backups. We can go back to settings. I already did. Okay, so let's go back here and refresh. Click on backups. And most likely this is the backup. So if I click on it, oh yeah, there you go. The document is. So you see now when I picked a path like that, without doing a full C drive backup and things like that, you see how it has a restore option. So if I click on restore, it can restore the whole document folder. But if I double click on it, there's this desktop available. If I go to documents here, the whole document folder is available there. So that file under my document is available right here. So let me actually demonstrate this. If I come over here and delete this file, let's say it got encrypted or someone mistakenly deleted, you got a call, can I get this file again? Now you have the file in your backup, let's say 5 hours ago or one day ago. You go back to your backup, you click on the restore, and it's going to ask you for, do you want to show, you want to place it back? Yeah, okay. Restore finish. I go back, go to my documents, and boom, the file is right there. This is how in real world backups work on a network system. Of course, that backup will be on a network device somewhere in your company. And when you restore it without you moving step from your machine, you restore the file back to that machine. So again, don't spend too much time. As I mentioned before, if you can configure everything at this point, you have done this little practice, regardless of errors and things like that. You know what this point means. You know what backup means now. You know what network backup means, and you played around with the software. That's enough for you to put it on your resume, talk about it, and that's the whole point of this project. And becoming as more an expert is when you go to a company, find out what they use, and then just spend a lot of time on that individual specific product and just become good at it. All right, next we are going to go back to our Windows server and learn some of the common things that people look for, like group policy, which is also good for IT support as well, and for sysadmins. We are going to look into FTP, which is another big one. A lot of people still use FTP for vendors, file things, and sharing between external people. So group policy, FTP, and then we will check server a little bit more for troubleshooting or events and things like that. So this way you will complete a full, IT support and junior sysadmin level things that you can talk about in your resume. So then after that, we are going to move to a little bit of cloud stuff, and I will explain why we have to do that. So now first, let's go to the group policy inside our Active Directory that we have created. So let's go ahead and click on connect. And where is group policy? If you want to find group policy, that's going to be your Active Directory domain controller. So let's open that. And we are going to open this DC01 machine. And here we are going to do all control delete because we want to log into that server. And let's go ahead and use the password that you have created. And this is our domain controller. So if you want to open group policy, you will simply go to the server manager tools, and this is where you have everything available for server related stuff. So group policy should come with Active Directory as well. Just like Active Directory, you have group policy right here. So we are going to go ahead and open group policy and check our current group policy as a default. When a domain controller gets deployed, you can simply come to the group policy right here. Now, again, I'm not going to do extensive training here because this is just to get that resume type of thing. If you really want to learn this again, you have to just go back to our server level courses. So here, if you click on corp.jobskillshare.org, the simplest way to get the group policy, and see what is running in your system, you can click on the default policy right here. If you default domain policy, and all you got to do is to click on settings. When you do click on settings, you see how what happens. You got a report that is generated. So then you can basically kind of go into it and see what is your domain. Mainly, you're going to look for the password policy. And the reason for that is that if you get a call from a employee at the IT support level, admin level, doesn't matter which level, and you get a call that, hey, I'm trying to put my password. You guys gave me this temporary password. I tried it and it's prompting me to change the password. Now, well and great, but if you no one have told Stacy or Monica that the characters has to be 7, what if she's trying only 5 or 6? And it will never work. It will never work. It will never work. She'll get annoyed. So it's important that you know that to give the answer. What if she start calling you on the phone? I can't get in. Now, these are the things. What if you ask her and she even tell you this is the password that I'm using? Of course, you don't want to spend another 30 minutes and then realize that, oh, it's 7 character. That's not going to look good. And that is why you have to do a little bit of, um, you know, uh, research before you even start working with users. And coming over here will tackle issues like that. That's a normal ticket. Somebody's having an issue. It's just because she lack information. She's not putting 7 characters or more. That's the reason she's not able to give a new password. So this information that you just retrieve from here, you get to know it that it's right here, and you can get it from this report. And you should go over the other policy settings because a lot of people have tiny minor things that's changed, and there's absolutely no way you will find group policy settings by just going inside the group policy. You need to run some sort of report to check what has been modified in your group policy. And sometimes a coworkers are going to be good enough to just kind of tell you exactly what they have in group policies, but I have not seen too many people that can keep track of this stuff. So settings will give you that information. if you want to change this information, where do you go in group policy? You come over here, right click, go to edit, and then this is where you can do tiny changes. Now I'm going to talk about something basic, which I feel like you already know, but the group policy, you need it when you do a lot of tiny changes on the computer. You want the wallpaper to be blocked. You want the password to be certain characters. You want machines to be logged down at some point by running a policy. You want to deploy some software automatically through group policy. So every single thing that you can imagine in computer, you may see a group policy for that. You see, when you go to the computer level, go to the software installation is there, Windows settings is there. You can change control panel, scripts, many things. There's templates for network, printer, server. So you see, when you're working with operating system and you click on different type of things, you can actually manage the tiny things through group policy. That's why we use group policy. Now, if I ask you this question, where is that password, that 7 character? You need to come to security settings over here, and you see this is where the account policies are available. So when I click on here, I get the policy settings right here. If I double click on password policy, I get the same information that you just saw in the report. Another way would be from the command line as well. But first, we will try it from here by changing the characters to, let's say, 8, apply, and OK. Now, we also want to basically do the lockout policy, which almost, I would say 100% a company, a business environment will have a lockout policy. What is that? When you double click on it, an administrator will come here, they will define the policy. When you apply, you see that it says that after 5 invalid logon attempts, lock the account. That's very important for your account to be not hacked. So you can come and change that. But if, let's say, Monica goes today after vacation, she start logging into her computer and start putting her password, and it doesn't work after 5 times, she's going to get locked out. She will call a help desk or whoever is in charge. Hey, I got locked out. Can you, you know, unlock me? So they will first say, unlock me so I can use my old password. If that didn't work, they'll say, okay, I can't remember my password. Can you reset my account? So then you will have to go back to Active Directory and group policy. You see, you got to use 2 skills: group policy, understanding of group policy, you know about it. To unlock her, you got to go back to Active Directory. So both works together. So now, if we have this information, then that is going to be the key. So when we changed it, of course, the 8 character is not showing up over here. For it to show, then you need to know about a little bit of commands, how commands work. Just like ipconfig, you learn about IP group policy commands as well from the basics, which is gp update force. So whatever change we just did, I can just run this gp update / force, and what will happen? It's going to basically update that 7 character to 8, or if I restart the computer, every time you restart the computer, log off, log on, basically that also refreshes the system. So if I come back over here, let's actually run this report again. It's going to generate the report. If I scroll down, that should have been changed if we have actually changed it properly. Let's go ahead, go back to edit and confirm it that we changed it. Yes, we did change it. So let's close this group policy. We already did the GP update force. And let's open the group policy one more time from here, fresh, run the settings. And now you see that it is changed. So then for the other computers, remember, now you learn from the project. Remember, you learn how to deploy the commands on a network as well. I showed you by using the PDQ inventory, you could do this command. I did it on this computer. I could do this on 300 machines right now and just send it through PDQ, or maybe I'll just tell a full email to staff, restart your computers and things like that, and then they will get the updated policy. You see how it works now. It's all connected. Now, coming back to that point where if she complained that I can't reset my password, where do you go? You go back to the Active Directory, you will find her user. So in this case, let's say help desk is the one that we created. You're going to go reset the password. With reset, make sure to unlock the account as well. And if you're going to give the temporary password, make sure the first check mark is done, because if she put the temporary password, she must be changing her password to her own password then. If she's locked out and you don't want to change your password, what do you do from that? This is something you learned from our IT support courses. But what would you do? Let's see. If your answer is that you're going to come here to unlock an account, that's wrong. You can't. You have to go to the properties. Without changing the password, you can go to the account and you can do the unlock from here. And you're going to apply an OK. And then you will say, hey, try your password, the old password again. And that will work. Or if it doesn't work, then you go to the second part where you right click and you reset. And then you give the password and then basically do these other things, right? And that's how it works with GP and Active Directory. But again, I'm going to remind people that you're doing this just for the resume purpose in this little project. If you really want to learn all of this with more tickets and everything, please go back to our IT support courses. The third course, IT support Active Directory training with Office 365, is covering all of this stuff. So I assume our members have already done that. If you're an admin, then and you want to learn more about Active Directory at the little extensive troubleshooting level, or maybe just kind of like a little more than IT support, then go with our server administration courses, server administration roadmap, because that's what you are going to cover mainly, and that sort of skill set. But for now, this is enough for you to just talk about group policy. And basically, you can say, I did some password changes to group policy. I then implemented it, and then I tested it on an Active Directory. You see, if you start talking about these two, people will accept it. Now we are going to talk about FTP, basically file transfer protocol. This is something that we use a lot in on-premises companies when they have, let's say, on-premises server. This is a server, and inside that server, FTP is being configured by a system administrator. And then basically, what the whole purpose of this is that you have employees that they are working inside their business, or let's say if they're using a VPN connection, but this employee may need a file from somebody external outside. It could be another company, or it could be a graphic designer, and that graphic designer is only using an FTP client, and then you basically tell this graphic designer that this is our server address. Go ahead and put the server address. This is a username and password, and then this individual will send a document to this employee securely. That process has been there for years and years and years. The things that I've shown you, all of these things are just there. Companies are still using it, and they look for this type of skill set. So we are going to implement a basic FTP solution just to show you how things are done, so you can talk about it in your resume as well. So let's go ahead and get in. And again, I'm going to remind people that this is not a training. This is not about we going in and learning about the FTP. It's just for you to do a little project, put it on your resume. If you do want to get to that level, then consider full-on courses, because that's where you need to invest that time and do more labs into it. So go ahead and open your DC01, Alt Control Delete. And for FTP, a lot of people use Microsoft servers. We're going to implement FTP solution using the server that is available to us. So let's not use the domain controller, because that's not a good practice, and we're going to keep that in the lab as well. So let's go ahead and move this, minimize this, and let's open the app server. We're going to implement the FTP solution on an app server. So Alt Control Delete. I'm going to get back to the app server. And to get FTP running on this server, we're going to basically go to the server manager. So you as a sysadmin or a junior sysadmin, you can say, I implemented FTP. Or you as an IT support can say, I implemented FTP, just to learn how the client side works. So I know both of this setup, and you can talk about FTP. So to implement FTP, you're going to learn two type of skills. FTP can be implemented on a web server. Remember, that is IIS web server inside Microsoft servers. So when you go to the add roles, You're going to click next, next, and then click next. And here you need to select the web server IIS. So keeping this in mind in this project, this is another skill that you can add into your resume, that you have implemented a web server using Windows Server. Okay, IIS is the name. So you can do more research on this. How does that work? So you click on add features, click next, don't accept anything else, click next and next, and this is where it's going to get to the web server feature. So every time, if let's say you get to advanced level, sometimes you may be working on a Microsoft web application, and that may require an IIS web server. So you will have to then understand what's going on with this redirection, logging, tracing. There's so many things you can do in IIS, but we're interested in one feature which is called a FTP server. So we are basically picking the information for FTP service right now. So I'm just going to pick that and click next and click install. So right now what we're doing, we're implementing an FTP solution in this company, and then we will basically tell our staff members or IT support members that this is the addresses, or you can create your own users here, whichever type of access they give you, you follow that direction. And then a help desk or IT support usually helps with other vendors. They call and they say, how do I connect to your FTP? And they will give them the information. Or they will say, can we get like a temporary username and password so we can actually upload this file? You will do that. There's a lot of requirements for FTP. There's a lot of things that can happen. So make sure you follow your company documentation for that. But this is a normal process. We're just creating something so people can connect to our server and then upload and download things. All right, we are asked to restart the server. So let's go ahead and restart the server by clicking inside the server. Restart. Make sure this is not your connection server. You're inside the VM. This is the VM. So you can see I can scroll down like that, and I am inside that VM. So let me minimize everything again just to make sure that I'm not in the wrong spot. There you go. Let's restart the server. All right, so I think FTP server is up and ready. We need to still configure it. So then you can talk about this. Ask you about the configuration part. So let's log in. So once your server manager is running, as usual, you need to let it run so it can finish its services and anything that's just running. So you see on the left side, IIS is running. That's the web server. To configure FTP, we need to actually go to tools, and we're going to open Internet Information Services IIS, which is a web server. So that's how you're going to open that. Now, this is basically the web server features on the left side that you're going to see. And once you click on the specific server, you're going to see sites. And under sites, you can create an FTP account. So if I do this, you see this is a default site. So that's just a default site running in this web server. So to get FTP running, usually a lot of companies have different type of ways to do this. And that's when you do this in a production environment. Of course, you need to first learn about FTP and which type of setup do you prefer for your users, and you will come across that type of things in the FTP documentation. But in this, to keep it simple, you can go to this PC, go to C drive, and in C drive, where this inet pub is the place where you get the web server, website, pages, whatever you want to share. So here we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it FTP demo. And the next thing you want to do is to right click on FTP demo, go to properties, and go to security, because we do need to give this the users an access to basically get into this FTP folder. When they upload and download folders, they need to have some sort of rights. So by editing the rights right here, you also learn this from IT support skill set. We can just give it a full rights over here. Let's just go to users, and we're going to give full rights, apply, and okay. So right now, of course, we don't care about too much security because of the lab, But in a production environment, you're going to follow documentation step by step, and whatever they suggest, you're going to go for that. But this is how weird things happens usually. So now if I come over here, I can right click on the site, and here I'm going to click on add FTP site, and let's just call it JSS demo. And the physical path of this site is what we just created under inet pub. So let's go back, inet pub, FTP demo. We're going to pick that, click next. And this is an important step. We're going to assign the IP address of this server. And the port for FTP is usually 21. For secure FTPs, you can definitely change the ports as well. We're not going to use the certificate at this point because we don't have one. So we're just going to say no certificate. And in production, there is right now not many people are running FTP without SSL. They have certificates, so you will understand about certificate and how to add it right here. Click next. Let's do basic here for the authentication, and let's select users. So we can say specific user can basically access this environment, and we're going to say administrators right here. Administrators. We're going to give it read and write permission for both. So make sure that matches the account that you have. Oh, sorry, not right here. Because the account is basically administrator, not administrators. You can specify any account you have. You can put a role, a full role, meaning if you have a full FTP role and any user gets added to that role, will get access. Usually, a lot of people will use some sort of method where it's not a specific user access, it's actually by role. So then a help desk staff can come to the server and create local accounts and give it to the vendors. People do it that way. Some are Active Directory connected accounts and things like that. So it's up to the company, but that's how you create an FTP site now. Now, the next part of this is basically opening a firewall, because as FTP cannot be accessed without you opening a firewall. So you have to actually work on the FTP. And again, you're learning something new over here, how to deal with firewall, stuff like that, if you haven't. So we're going to open Windows Firewall, and you see that there are multiple options. We're going to do Windows Defender Firewall with advanced security. And here we're going to use the inbound rule, because that's where you are going to basically create a rule for outside people to actually connect to this server. So we're going to do new rule. And we're going to select the predefined, because that's where you can find the FTP service. So FTP server is there. When you click next, it's going to give you all the FTP, rules and exist that in this server. We're going to select all of it. And here you see allow the connection. We're going to do that. And it's basically going to allow the connection. So that's it. After this, you can test the FTP two ways. One is just without the client. You can open a CMD command just like that. You can go to CMD and type the FTP and the IP address, and then basically try. So simply you're going to first find the IP address of this server, which we already did. You see it's 192.168.79.130. Then the next thing is to test the FTP. You need to type FTP 192.168.79.130. So you see how it's saying username. So what is the username here? Which username that we wanted to allow FTP to work, which was the administrator. It is going to ask for the password. So whenever there is an error, make sure to check the error details first. Look at the error details. What does it say? Access is denied. Number one, we know that is something to do with an option where we maybe didn't enable or didn't add it correctly. So it's an error where it's clearly telling you that it's inaccessible, access is denied, and then it also tells you the details about authorization rules denied the access. Very simple, right? Sometimes we close the browser, close the box, and boom, you just spend another few hours just to find out that the error details told you where the problem is. So keep that in mind every time you work with anything in IT. You just need to kind of wait for it, read it, and see if it already gave you a solution. So if I go back to my FTP, and if I click on the FTP site, FTP authorization is right here. So if I double click on it, we can clearly see that administrator is allowed. So why it didn't work? So maybe at the root level, which on the server there's FTP authorization also at the very root home root level. So we're going to basically double click on it, and that's not the only way to fix it, but I'm just trying to show you that how easy it is to just kind of fix things well when it tells you exactly where the problem is, right? So we found that FTP authorization have administrator here, not at the root level. So if I go back to the root level, double click on authorization, add allow rules, then again here I'm gonna specify administrator, specific user, actually, so we can type that user just like that, or you can specify admin or rules administrator. So I'm gonna click read and then OK. So let's see if now allow administrator and read and write. So let's go back, open CMD one more time, and we're going to type ipconfig just to make sure that we're typing IP correctly. FTP 192.168.79.130, and the administrator is the user. Password. Boom, it worked. That was the issue. So you see how quickly an error told me where the problem is. I fixed it and it's good to go. Is it the best technique and all that? No, I'm not. That's not all about it. You just get this project on your resume for this specific lab. I think this is really a lot that you can do now. Now, that's one way to test. Now, the question is, how would a client log into FTP for IT support staff members? Now, this is something, remember, is done by junior sysadmin implementation of a IIS, FTP. You will never see an IT support doing this. If they do, that's just you're doing a sysadmin job right here. So if it's done, then you already have the FTP running. This is where the IT support job will come in. Maybe you will add a users to FTP to the server, and then creating a username and password and sending it to the client. Or maybe you will just send a document to the client directly that, hey, we use FTP client. That's the best one. Use it, and you're good to go. So then you will tell a client, okay, to your even in your home, your company clients or staff members, you may tell them that same thing. So we need to add FileZilla, and I think I we uploaded FileZilla, and we basically deployed FileZilla somewhere, either in this server or maybe the uh, DC. So let's find it. Nope, it's not on this server. So let's go back to the DC. See if we can actually do it from the DC. So we're gonna open the DC, and you already deployed that software to DC. If not, you can download the FileZilla and just do it on that machine. But I'm doing this on DC to show you how it's done remotely now. Inside the local network, of course, I'm doing the local. So I'm gonna open file. Yeah, there you go. FileZilla is right there. So imagine this is somebody sitting outside of your network. So what will happen is that IP that you saw for that server is not going to be local IP. It's going to be a public IP, and that is something people do on a firewall level. Or it could be a full name, domain name, ftp dot whatever dot com, and they will point that IP to that specific address, and then they will do that. That's just on a firewall level. That's something different than what we are doing right now. So well, the IP address of that server is 192.168.79. Let's make sure that we are. And if you don't know that, you don't want to go to that machine, open a command prompt just like that and ping app server. Or is it app server? Sorry, app server only. There you go. So the IP address is 79.130 and it's working, so we know it's running. And the administrator is the username, password of that machine. 21 is the port, and we're going to click on connect. And it says save password. Let's just do that. We're going to click OK, and boom, we are inside that FTP right now. And that's important. A skill that you should learn from this project quickly is printers management and implementation of printer for a junior sysadmin. and also managing printers for IT support level. And if you think about it, most of the businesses, almost every floor, or when you go to an environment where it's a corporate environment, usually everybody have their own printers. And sometimes when a company is very big, they even divide the printers per department. So for printer management, you for this project, of course, you just need to know how we can get the printer on a server. So you get to talk about it. And also, if you want to go a little bit more advanced with printers, you will need to know how to assign static IP addresses to the printer. So that's something, of course, we're not going to go too much in detail. Again, these are covered in more details in courses. But for this project, implement it, talk about it, and get some scoring done in the interviews. And of course, you will know some visual skills from this practice as well now. So let's get to the printer setup. Yeah, let's go ahead and click on connect, and I am going to do all control delete and log into the main connection server. And again, you see my keyboard is not working. So how am I going to fix this? I'm going to refresh this page again, click on connect, and now it's started to work. Okay, so let's fix the view and let's get back to our lab space. As you know, we're not going to do anything inside this machine. That's just your connection machine. And to implement the printer solution, let's go ahead and uh, put a printer server on app server. Okay, so we're going to basically get into that VM. Let's move this. I'm not sure why this is a black screen. Okay, so maybe just reopening it fixes that sort of things. That's just a Hyper-V having issues. So we're going to go ahead and minimize this and all control delete, and we're going to go into the help desk. Now, again, we have done this so many times. You should know this where we're going to do this. We're going to go to the server manager, and at this point, you should be very comfortable doing some features and roles and things like that on a server. So if you go to the manage, then we can do this part for the printer as well. We have to wait for all of this to finish up. There you go. We're going to do add roles and feature. We're going to go to click next again, and next again. And here we are going to see this print and document services. So once you do this, you see that we have actually I clicked on remote print. Oh, actually, no, it is print. So print and document services, when you click on that, that what's this going to get selected. And then we're going to click next here. And let's see if there's anything that we can find here that we need to add. So nothing for the printer here. We're going to click next here, click next again. And once you click next again, you see that you get the print server information comes up, and it tells you what that means right here. So I'm going to click next here and then install the print server on this app server machine. All right, installation is successful. This does not require restart, so we're going to close this, and here we're going to go to tools, and in tool you see that we have print management available. So we're going to go ahead and open that, and that's where inside your companies, if you feel like, oh, there's like 30 printers or 20 printers or 10 printers, and they're all networked, that they must be managed by somewhere, then you can think of a print server like this. Most likely Windows print server will be available. And then when you go out there, you're going to see printer like this. They're all printers available. So if you click on it, you see we got these PDF printers. Of course, they're not real printers. And then there are drivers, so you may have to come over here and add drivers in this type of setup for the printers, or you have to add more print servers if there's available. If there's something like a queue going on inside the printers, you can actually directly go inside a printer right here and kill the queue or the document or things like that. You can do some settings here. You can share a printer from here. You can deploy even printers from group policy. So to practice, I'm going to show you something that you can do. You can go to Google and you can just type Google like this, and let's install a virtual free printer. Virtual free printer. So if you come over here, you see there's this virtual free printer available, which is called free PDF printer from Bullzip. So we're just going to download that, and that's fine. I mean, I'm just kind of like picking this first one. Click on download, and that printer is being downloaded right now. This is a virtual printer. Of course, you're not going to do this. You have to actually do the rail printer, and the rail printer will come with its own documentation. It will have a USB or something like that, and it will make you run all that stuff to get the drivers. And once it's the same thing, it's going to be an application, and you will basically configure it that way. If it's from any other company, and most likely if it's a big printers and you paid your company is paying for that company, they will come and help you out with that stuff. That's kind of their job. So they have their own technicians. So we're gonna go ahead and download all that information. This is gonna create some virtual drivers and stuff like that, print spooler, blah blah blah, and you'll see that it's gonna show up in our printer right here. So the whole idea is that consider this to be a real printer at this point. So and now we're just setting it up. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and this information will be also, we have to do that. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so the printer is created right now, and let's cancel this. You see, we have to just refresh here, and look at this. When we install the printer in this server, we have Bullzip PDF printer available. So let's assume this is a real printer. What would be the next step? We want to basically enable this printer for users and that they will be using on their network. So there are two ways you can do this. One is that to deploy it with group policy. You already went through group policy and you see how group policy is being used now to deploy something like this. So I can click here and I can basically find a group policy that I want to deploy this to. So if it's like a default domain policy, I can just pick that, and the user that the GPU applies is per user, per machine. I can do both if I want to add it. I'm just going to add it right here, and I'm going to click OK, and basically that group policy is now added. So what's going to happen, whoever logs into a machine next time, they should get this printer. So another way would be doing something like, going to the properties, and inside the properties we can do sharing. So at this point, that printer is not shared. We do have to share that printer. So first, try this. If group policy will work without sharing, let's find that out first. Because if that's not done, then I don't think that's going to happen. But you can figure this out by going to another machine. So what is the other machine that we have available in this lab? We have the DC01. At this point, we haven't done anything on Windows 11. So right now we are basically going to log into DC. And this one is also black screen. Maybe these are just kind of like need to refresh one more time. So I'm going to open it one more time again. There you go. Let's do Control Delete. And we're going to do password. Oops. Okay. So if we go back now, and we may have to actually do GP update force, because we just added the group policy. Remember, you see how I'm using skills now. I remember I need to use this because I'm already inside the computer, or I have to restart this computer to find that if the printer will be added. So if I come over here and I actually look for printers and scanners, So that printer is not available. If I do refresh and scan for the network, so I'm going to look for it right now from here. This says the printer that I want isn't listed. Okay, that's just a message. So we'll just wait for it. So that's okay, because the thing is this, the reason I did this is to show you one settings or one option doesn't really work almost all the time in whenever you're working with some sort of skills learning. You should always go back and then find out why this printer hasn't showed up on the network. So if I come over here and I go back to the app server, and let's go back to the setup. I'm going to right click here, go to properties. I'm going to go to sharing, and you see how it's not shared. So I need to share this printer, right? So let's just leave the same name. And I also want to list this in directory, because that's what's going to happen. It's going to show that this is the printer that we want to list in overall network directory. So I'm going to apply and click OK. So now I did that part. Now I'm going to go back to the machine that I was in before, the DC01, and I'm going to refresh again. And look what happened. As soon as I clicked on refresh, the Bullzip printer showed up. Now with the group policy, if I restarted this machine, that could deploy this printer through the group policy as well. But the sharing is also important sometimes, and that's how the printer will be added to this machine on the network, meaning I didn't do anything. I just basically added to the server, shared it, and now I came here, I looked for it, and boom, I have it available. Um, this working or not working is a different story. Of course, I just like went to the internet and downloaded a software and basically try to do it. If I restart this machine, it may work. Who knows? They may actually work, but we don't know. So basically, before you can add this printer, you will need to install a driver for it. Find the driver. So of course, that's maybe after I restart this machine, it may work, but that's a different story, right? Fixing drivers, finding drivers, and specifically, you will look into your printer. Is it from Xerox, from another company, here company, that company? You will get that information. That's just going beyond this just normal skills right here. That's just troubleshooting right there. So this is how you add a printer, and this is how it works in the business environment. You can deploy printers, you can add it and share it and let people find it, through different methods. And also from the client side, you need to know how to add a printer as well. One is just like scanning, but can you find a printer manually if we didn't have the scanning option available? Yes, you can. You can go to your machine, type printer and scanners, and here you can click on add a printer and it's going to scan. That's just a way that we have been using, and you see on the left side it's going to bring you to this modern basically modern screen. But what if I say that I can find my printer, this printer that I wasn't listed? So if I click in here, this is the old method, or not an old method, I would say classic method, where basically what you will do is you're going to find the printer either from directory, or you're going to actually use the path. And in the path, you need to know exact path of that printer. Or another way, and probably the most common way, is to add a printer through IP address, right? So if I click next here, and basically I'm going to do TCP IP here, and here I'm going to use the host name or IP is probably the easy way. So if I type the IP address of the app server, right, I should be able to get that printer. So what is the IP of app server? We already did that. So if I do ping app server, we already know it's 192 168 7930. So I just copy that and come back again here. IP, TCP IP, and here I am gonna put the IP address. Let's fix it. Next. And it's going out there and looking for the printer now. Now this is how it's gonna find it. But of course, like I mentioned, that I just downloaded a random application, so that may be why it's not working. But in real world, that's how you're gonna find a printer through IP. If somebody have done a job correctly, meaning they have uh, added the IP is static and it's working, it's accessible from the network and things like that, then yes, it's gonna work. If not, then of course something is wrong. That printer may not have a connection, that port may not have a connection, that switch where it's basically connected may have a problem. So there's a lot of things that can happen. So this is where you deal with a printers, and we are done with the printer side. Of course, the more you dig deeper into the printers and the specific company that you work with, the more you're going to get better in this area. All right, so far we have learned about Hyper-V, where you have done virtualization, meaning you can talk about Hyper-V with virtualization type of skills. Then you basically installed server, configured server, you played around with the server. So you can say confidently that you know about server operating system at this level. And then you also configure Active Directory domain services where you added users, you played around with group policies. So you did that as well. And then you also did antivirus type of solution from a server to all the way to a client, and also learn about Symantec in this project. You also did PDQ deployment, software deployment. You learned about that skill set as well. Software deployment, software inventory. So you did deployment and you did what? You did inventory. And then you also did ManageEngine product, which is basically patching a server. So you use ManageEngine product to patch servers. Then you worked on backup systems, meaning you can do backup for the file, you can backup images. So you also did this. And then at the end, you also did FTP and you touched IIS web server and you created FTP. And we covered printers. So if you look at this type of skill set, this is something that if somebody worked in a company for almost 1 year or more than one year, because you're going to have to touch so many different things in different scenarios, different projects, it's probably going to take you that long to get all of this in action and actual work. Of course, you will never go to an IT job and you will just go in a flow like this, and in 1 day or 2 days you're going to cover all of these things. It comes with its own tickets, its timings, the need for the company. But this is a lot of skills that you can now claim on your resume that, hey, I have done this project. But here's the problem. Most of our jobs are now hybrid. Okay, what does that mean? So back in, for many, many years, when people started IT, of course, there were no virtualization. So we were using a lot of hardware. We will put server on a hardware. Then virtualization came and it made a lot of things easier for us. So we, as a IT professionals, we needed to know about virtualization. So we learned about VMware, Hyper-V, and how it works. So it made things smoother in the whole company. And that's why you are actually doing these labs, because of this type of technologies. Now, of course, companies are now hybrid. So if you really want to land a job in IT, you actually need to learn hybrid level skills. So this is something that's classic. So far, yes, you're going to go to companies and you're going to be working on most of the things that you have touched so far in this project. And that is just a classic company. And if they're not using any cloud type of resources, then 95% I'm sure that you're going to come across some of these, right? But if you go to a company right now, you must be thinking, where are the emails? We didn't touch emails, right? We didn't touch like file sharing, or how do people really do these things like websites or things like that. So a lot of companies for that move to the cloud, and that's the reason we didn't touch the email exchange or anything like that, because most of the companies are moving towards the cloud for that. It's easier. Microsoft is also killing some of their on-premises type of solutions just because they want to move to cloud. And here's the thing, everything that you have touched so far can be done in the cloud now. So some companies prefer not to have on premises things too much, or too many hardware or devices to manage it themselves. And they will just rather, manage it in the cloud, which is more accessible, more secure, and things like that. But of course, people look at their expenses too, because cloud is not cheap. So This is where when we talk about cloud, you need to also learn now hybrid level skills to either become a junior sysadmin or engineer or an IT support professional as well. Even if you are an IT professional, you need to know about Office 365 emails, different type of things. So now we are going to switch our training into moving to the cloud level skills. So let's say this is cloud Azure. We're going to touch Azure because that's most of the Microsoft side. So you must be thinking, okay, how can we get to Azure and how is it connected to our classic company or the skills that we have learned? So we also need to cover emails. So we will cover emails. We will cover some other things like what if I want to run a virtual machine inside the cloud? So we're going to use, the cloud virtualization or whatever they have. And we will also talk about how can you run a website in the cloud and how can we add users in the cloud, how can we actually add a users in Active Directory and connect it to the cloud so they can log into their OneDrive, they can log into their SharePoint, they can log into other things. How can that be possible? So once you finish that, then you are a complete IT professional for 2024 and upwards. Okay, that's what's who you are going to be. If you want to be in this career, then if you complete the second phase of this project now, then you can really go after jobs left and right because you can cover this type of company if they are still 100% just classic, or most likely they are hybrid. So then you will be able to tackle jobs that also require you to know about Office 365, OneDrive, this, that, how to work on the cloud. And that's a basic level. I'm talking about even at the IT support level, you need to know these things now. So do finish this project so then you can also achieve the goal of hybrid level skills, and that's it. After that you can go back to a specialization, specific courses, dig deeper into specific features like Intune and other things. That's really up to you how much time you want to spend on that. But completing overall this second phase is just going to give you everything that people look for in the modern IT support professional or junior sysadmin. So the first skill we have to learn now is how can we make this classic company into a hybrid company? And the first thing we need to now touch is we will need to use Active Directory, and basically we will need a subscription access on Azure, right? So we can get, like, I'm going to show you guys how you can get a trial version, but that may not be enough for what we may need to do. So I do recommend next, if you're following this, I do recommend you should get your on-demand access. If you can do this with the trial version, then you can also follow that on the on-demand access. Yes, they will charge you a little bit, few dollars. It's really not going to be much if you shut down things and delete things, and it's not going to be any amount that you should be worried about. So the first thing we will do is we are going to basically connect our on-premises AD to Azure, and when we complete that flow, then we are hybrid. This means we are connected to the cloud. Then after that, we will do some other things and play around with emails and other pieces of cloud, and then maybe from internal applications we can migrate some applications to the cloud, and that will give you a pretty good understanding of how why we call people hybrid admins or cloud admin or Azure admin, or maybe in future you may want to become a Azure administrator, fully just 100% cloud administrator. There are companies that are looking for this type of people. They may not be dealing with a lot on this side, and you may be only dealing things on the cloud. So that should be a good transition for you in the future if you want to do that. Now, the first step to make our company, the local project that we have created, into a hybrid company, we need to create a Azure portal, meaning we need our own access in the cloud for us to be able to do anything. Now, keep in mind, we are going to use on-demand access, which we basically use pay-as-you-go service. You're free to go to Google, type Azure portal, and then open the portal. from Microsoft and start free. If Microsoft lets you create an account, even if they ask you for a credit card, maybe that will be like 200 credits or 100 credits or something like that. You can use that. If they don't let you do that, then you have to go with a pay as you go, and we are going to use pay as you go. The reason for that is that Microsoft changes all the time, right? We can't just create a video and showcase something like free and then tomorrow they change it. We are going to go with a paid version, like I mentioned before. If you shut down your services and if you just follow the instructions and clean up everything that I'm going to show you, then everything should be good. Don't let it run. But that's just a warning for you. If you let it run, of course, they're going to charge you per month and per week and things like that. So this is something that you should go ahead and create an account either by start free or pay as you go. And then once you have that access, simply you're going to go to portal.azure.com and the rest is on the browser. You don't need to open a lab for this because everything is now cloud based. You can access it through any web browser. So the first thing you should do right now is to go to portal.azure.com. Once you have the account created, the one that I mentioned, however you got it, free or on demand, you're going to get that access. You're going to type the email and you're going to log in with your account. So once you log into the Azure portal, this is your cloud portal. This is where all the action can happen inside the cloud. So this is the Microsoft on Azure portal, and on the left side you see you can create applications, you can create virtual machines inside the cloud, you can do so many different things. You can create a whole Azure Active Directory, which was the previous name. The new name is Microsoft Intra ID, and you can create applications like development applications. You can do a lot of things in the cloud. That's why people use cloud these days. So the first thing is to understand why we need this integration, right? No, because the thing is this, like if you have the cloud access like this and you have on-premises systems, and how do you connect it? And why would you need that? The reason for that is that a lot of people use Microsoft Office 365 features like emails, OneDrive, and things like that. So let's go into that as well. Let's type portal.office.com in a new tab right now. So a lot of companies have started with this type of solutions where they have access to portal.office.com. They will pay per user per month, and basically they will get access to Outlook, OneDrive, Word, Excel, and many other features. They can even download the desktop version of Outlook, Word, and Excel for IT support. That is what you are actually working on for troubleshooting for users, and if they have application issues and things like that, most likely emails issues, OneDrive issues, and that's where you can actually come and do these things. Now, again, I'm not training on Office 365 in a project. I'm just implementing and just telling you that you can put this on your resume. But if you do go to our IT support, modern IT support courses, the third course is all about Active Directory and Office 365. So you get to learn this in a little bit more of like directly for IT support and specifically for Outlook and OneDrive kind of things. Now, of course, when it comes to this, because we want to implement a solution where we can integrate the two systems together, you're going to click on Add, and under Active Users, you see there's active users going on, and this is where when you go to a company and if you see something like this on premises directory synchronization or something like on premises, or when they talk about hybrid or we are using a hybrid active directory systems like that, what they are saying basically, we have systems locally, the one that you were working on before, and now it's connected to the cloud. So when you add a user in Active Directory, after 30 minutes, that user will show up in the cloud. That's why it's integration. That's why it's hybrid. So currently in our lab, you have Active Directory running under App Server, right? So we are DC01, sorry. So that Active Directory has no clue about cloud. So if you add a user here, that user cannot access the emails that you just have access on Azure. But if you add a Azure user inside the portal Office 365, you go there and you add that user here in the portal, that also don't have any clue about this system. So how can we make this connected so then when you add a user in Active Directory here, it automatically goes to the cloud and then you don't have to do it again over here. That's what we call hybrid. That's the whole piece that we're discussing, why things are modernizing now. people are moving and connecting things together with the cloud. Not like 100% cutting this down, but there are a lot that they are cutting down and moving to cloud. That's what we are moving towards. So let's go to the lab and let's connect it to the cloud. So before doing that, where are we going to do this? We're going to actually go into our lab first by connecting, going back to our lab, opening a domain controller. Let's see if our settings are full. Yeah, there you go. You got to make sure that this is 100% to see everything clean and fast. There you go. So open DC01 and let's go into actions, Alt Control Delete. And then what we're going to do, we're going to sign in and we are going to log into our portal, our cloud portal system through this web, this DC. So let's go ahead and log in. Now inside the DC lab, you're going to log in with the portal.azure.com with the credential that you have created. Now it doesn't have to be the DC computer. You can use other domain join server as well. So what we are going to do, basically, we are going to open Microsoft Intra ID, or you can click here and also click on Microsoft Intra ID. That is the previously known Microsoft Azure, Azure Active Directory. That was the name. So now that we have to actually connect our on-premises things that we have created, such as Active Directory, let's go ahead and do the connection. So let me show you from here. You're going to come over here and then click on Microsoft Intra ID. And under that, you are going to scroll down and click on Microsoft Intra Connect. And then you are going to get to this specific, option. Now, if you go back to the home, I'm going to show you another way. If you click on Microsoft Intra ID, and it shows a little different screen than this one, that means you're actually looking at the new ID. So maybe we can actually click here. Let's see. That actually takes us to documentation, not here. There you go. Try Microsoft Intra Admin Center. So in future, maybe you will see something like this. It will say intra.microsoft.com, and basically your screen is going to look like this. And if it looks like this, you see on the left side, you can expand what they offer here. And basically what you need to do, you are going to open identity, and under identity, if you scroll down, uh, show more, you see how they call it hybrid management, making it a little easier to understand that we're going to work on a hybrid type of solution. So Microsoft Intra Connect again, it's going to take you to the same page that we have opened before, but that screen may go away and you may see this. So know that how to get to that. So of course, Microsoft then offers different type of solutions for different type of companies setup. And again, that is something your company can explain to you better, that, hey, we use Cloud Sync or we use a Intra Connect ID. So if you go to the access first, your account should have access. That should be because you are an admin. When you click on manage, then you see how they offer you two options: manage from the Cloud Sync, manage from on-premises Connect Sync. So depending on what type of solutions you guys have, or maybe your company is cloud first and then doing a lot of things on on-premises, or they're just totally moving out of on-premises, maybe they'll choose Cloud Sync. But there could be a scenario where a company is totally hybrid and they work on it daily. They need to work on their Active Directory locally, and then they come to Microsoft Azure and do a lot of things, virtualization, apps, many there. So for this project, we are going to use manage from on-premises Connect Sync. So you can talk about, I have done Microsoft Intra Connect and I have connected our local Active Directory to the cloud, and I used Connect Sync. Really cool stuff, right? This is something that makes you a hybrid engineer when you do these things. So now we're going to download the Connect agent on this machine. We're going to accept it, and it will download that application on this local machine. So we're going to connect these two together now. Now, if you click on accept terms and download, and it's taking a lot of time, it's not coming up to download, that means something is wrong But don't worry, we can go to Google and actually download it from Microsoft by going to Google and just type like this, Microsoft Interconnect Agent download, open the first link, and then once you open the first link, then come to install Microsoft Interconnect. Keep in mind that this is what we do. We have to come to the documentation and follow Microsoft. So that is must, like for every IT professional. If you want to become good at things, you need to follow documentation. So when I click on install, you see how it says download center. So I can actually go into the download center and download the version 2, which is probably the latest. I'm going to click on download. And you see on the top, it's downloading right now. All right, so we got the connector there in this machine. We're going to go ahead and open it, right click and install. So this is how it looks. We're going to install it fully. So right now we have this connector. Let's right click, run it as administrator. So now we need to configure this part to connect the cloud with our on-premises systems. So we're going to agree to this. We're going to click next. And here we are going to use express settings. You can also try customize. We will just go with the express. So now keep in mind, what is it asking us right here? Enter your Azure AD Global Administrator account, meaning this is the one that you have created on Portal, on Office 365. That's the account that you need to use over here, and it has to be a global admin, right here, administrator. Now, the second screen, it is asking you to be the Active Directory Domain Services Enterprise Administrator credential. So remember, you in your AD, you created a help desk account, but is it an enterprise administrator? You need to go to your administrative tools from the server manager. You can open that, or from Active Directory right here. And let's find that out. So inside your Active Directory, if you come over here, the help desk account is right here. Go to properties and go to member of, and it doesn't have an enterprise administrator access. So we need to type that and make it an enterprise admin and click OK. So again, we came to help desk. We right click, we went to properties, we went to the member of, we made it a enterprise admin for it to work in the system. So here, what do you need to type? You need to actually type corp slash help desk and the password or whatever you have created, right? So now you see we have other things like UPN and all of these things. It's not required right now. We're just going to say continue without matching all UPN, and we're going to click next. So if you had a domain that is basically a real domain, then of course in both sides you will have to configure those domains as well. So I'm going to click next to this and move on. So right now it says ready to configure, install configuration engine, configure Azure AD connector, and all that other things, enable password hash, all that stuff is good. We're going to click next. So you can see they're still using the old name inside their application that probably not updated as your Active Directory, which is now Microsoft Intra ID. All right, congratulations. You have done a great job. So right now what you just did, you created your on-premises company and you turn it into a hybrid company at this moment. So you are a hybrid company at this moment because you connected AD with your cloud. So let's exit this and basically we are going to close this and let's go back to our portal. We're going to go back to our portal and go to Office. Let's go to like portal.office.com first. So before moving to office.com, I will also show you right here that if you go to connect sync here, once you do the installation, and if this page is not showing like this, you could refresh and you can see that our sync is enabled right here. Active Directory last sync enabled. You should see the same type of information. You can actually click on Intra Health Connect. If I click on this, this also shows us sync errors if we have any, sync services. So you can see it's healthy, and that's the same date. We just did that right now. If I click on it, it can take me and it'll tell me that DC01 is my server right here. It's connected. And if I go to settings, I have some other information. Another way would be to going to portal.office.com. Let me show you that too. Portal.office.com and type enter and go to admin. So here, if you go to the admin, so if you go to the admin in Office 365, you can also see the Azure AD Connect right here. You can see the last sync was done 1 minute ago and synchronization. If you have some errors, probably you will click on it and it will tell you exactly what's going on, or maybe there are some issues that you can fix. So this is what a sysadmin will do, the person who have a little bit of cloud knowledge. Now, when I say cloud knowledge, this means this person went out there, they learned about AZ-104, understanding about the server. So in our courses, they took Windows Server course, they took AZ-104 courses. This person knows this stuff, right? You can't just go in and start downloading things and implementing things. But from this project, at least you can say, as a junior sysadmin, putting this on your resume, like directory synchronization or Microsoft Intra Connect Cloud Sync, like that, this really matters, right? You put this stuff, you are a modern person, modern technology, a technical person, that they will love to see that. You have done this hard work, so you put it on your resume. So with this, you have integrated and implemented. Now, of course, when it comes to IT support side, they may also work on this. Why would that happen? Well, the thing about this is that IT support professionals are usually given access. Most likely, they're going to add users in Active Directory. So, for example, right now, if I add a user in Active Directory, that would be something IT support professional will do at some point in many companies. They're going to come over here and they're going to basically create a new user. So I'm just going to go to new user in Active Directory and type Stacy, let's say. Stacy is our new employee. Now, a sysadmin don't do these things in most cases, that they're not going to add employees into Active Directory. That's usually a typical IT support help desk job. So you see, you are doing that part as IT support. So you come over here and you added Stacy into this environment. But then Stacy also wants an email. Email is connected to the cloud. So how are you going to basically move Stacy to the cloud? So this tool is basically every 30 minutes, it's going to go out there and it's going to sync whatever is happening in your local AD. So right now, if we check our portal and we go to admin and look for users, Stacy's not going to be there. So if I come over here and I look for Stacy, I go to active users, Stacy's not there. After waiting a minute or two, you see that Stacy just showed up with our domain coming from Active Directory. If you click on Stacy now, you can now assign Stacy a license. You can give it an email permissions. An Office 365 license can be assigned from here. So now you are in the Office 365 type of skill set, right? That's it. You're on the cloud. She's on the cloud. So you can give her this access, and next time she goes into the emails, boom, she's in. She's using Office 365, many other features that cloud provide, and you have integrated these two together. Perfect. That's how you do hybrid type of things together. So as a junior sysadmin, you can talk about how you moved or hybrid, sorry, connected a on-premises environment to the cloud, which is using Intra ID, and you can talk about Azure here. So you see how cool this is, that you can talk about this whole project. As an IT support professional, you can also say that you did that, but then you worked on actual Active Directory users, and basically you sync the user, you understand how to do the quick syncing. If 30 minutes is not working, I'm going to push the commands. You see, this is what we are working on. If you start talking about these things, this is like a project. What have you done so special or unique? So you're different than a person who just comes with this and this, or this or this as a paper, because you are able to talk about these things. This is experience. So now we are going to move to basics of emails in cloud. So you both admin and IT support can talk about, and then we will touch two more things, and that's it. We're going to be done with this project. So now we have created Stacy in our local Active Directory and we have synced her to our cloud, so everything should be working. Now for cloud skills like Office 365, you don't need to be inside a lab to open a browser. That's the beauty of cloud, because you can open your normal browser and type portal.office.com and then basically log in with the credentials that you have created, and then go to the admin. From here you're going to click on admin, then users. Under active users you're going to see Stacy is there. This is something we did previously to migrate her over here or just connect her to the cloud. So now if I click on Stacy, I can proceed with other things like assigning a license. That's more of like a cloud level skills now, where Active Directory is really cool for internal and on-premises type of access, right? You go to a computer, you easily log in, you access the files, easily access the file and things like that locally. But if it's a cloud level, then of course you need to add more licenses for it to work. Microsoft will charge you per license, so we have one available here. We are going to assign Stacy Enterprise Mobility and Security E5 license. Basically, we are out of these licenses. We can get this from the other licenses as well if we have one. But this is how you're going to assign a license. So you see what Stacy gets. Stacy gets a normal Azure protection, audit, all that kind of stuff. And here's the Intra ID, Intune plan. So she get all of this type of access with the security plus type of thing. And basically we are out of this license, but we're going to basically click here, and then basically that will add more like emails and things like that will be also added to Stacy's account. If I click OK, it's probably going to take me to buy this, but I'm not going to do that. Simply, this is what you get when you go to the Microsoft. They will sell you Office 365 E5 or some other E5 E3, whatever it is, right? They're going to try to sell you those, and your company will actually work that out with your Microsoft representative, or maybe other companies are selling this type of things. So once that's done, what's going to happen? I will show you one that we have already assigned with this JobSkillShare account. And then here, this is the full assigned license. So you see that we have all three licenses added to this one account. Three different type of licenses. So it gets everything, right? So this account, when you say okay, then what's happening here on the left side, all of these applications gets enabled. So most of these applications require a license, like for example, Outlook requires a license. So once I enable this account, or assume this is Stacy, when I did that, she can then log into Outlook, meaning on her portal.office.com, she can log in, and then she will basically log in with her credentials, and then she will click on Outlook and Outlook will open. So just like that, Stacy can access Outlook email from the web. Now, also, Stacy may say, can I download this Office 365 tools on my desktop? Then, of course, as an administrator, you can go to the admin, and then you can show Stacy that you can download it from her portal. She can go to her portal and download it as well, but she will have some, I think, licenses available. Or you can go and do that for her by going to her portal, log in as her, and then basically go to the download sections and then basically download that software. So if I go to, let's say, the main page, which is the home page of Office 365, I believe I click on the main page right here. So if I click on here, you can see that we can download Office 365 directly from here. If I click here, I can do explore your apps, and I can do a lot of other things. But this is where you're going to download the whole application on Stacy's machine, which we're not going to do that because that's something we have covered in our courses step by step. As I mentioned before, that right now you're just kind of like playing around with the web and then understanding you did this. You get to the admin, you add a user over here, you add a user in Active Directory, you sync it over, you play around with the reset and password reset and things like that, the very basic level, so you can at least talk about it for this project. But if you really want to get in deeper, you need to go to the courses and do this step by step then. So while you have access, I would also highly recommend you come over here and go to the admin and just kind of look around on the left side and see what else do you have in Office 365 access. So if you come down here on the left side, you see that there is actually a lot more going on. Two places that are going to be important for your skills. One is the endpoint manager and another one is Exchange. Try to spend some time on Exchange. Once you open Exchange, try to spend some time with Mailbox, click on the mailbox, understand some of these settings, delegation, go to the documentation, and try to get a understanding of how this works on the web base. You see how really easy this stuff is now. This used to be very tedious type of things. There are groups, there are mail flow. Try to understand mail flow like in message trace. So send a message to this account that you have in Office 365 from your personal account, and then come to the tracing section of Microsoft Office 365, and then start tracing and play around with this type of things and understand like the basics of how Exchange works. So there's tons of videos outside too and documentation that can really quickly prepare you for this. Just to talk about it. Of course, learning is a different thing. This is a whole big course out there in Microsoft 365. When you come over here, let me refresh this, probably got stuck. But when you come to the Microsoft 365 and you see something like this, almost every admin feature is a skill set. So don't think that you're gonna cover all of this stuff in 1 or 2 hours type of thing. That's not gonna be possible. For example, if endpoint manager, you go here, this has Intune connected. It's a whole new world out there. So we have almost a 9 hour plus course and still building just on Intune. So this is where I'm gonna recommend you guys just to touch these things, to talk about it, to understand it, not to come here and in this project try to learn all these things. It's not gonna work. So everything has, like I said, is on specific time set that you need to put out there and invest that time and then do it. Congratulations, you have finished your project. A lot of skills have been discussed. Of course, you can't really dig deeper into each specific thing because that becomes a course on its own, a time on its own. It's up to you how much you want to now invest the time in a specific area. My only recommendation is that don't go too deeper in the lab environments when you are looking for a job or you're learning something new that is something that can take you away from the goal. And if you're looking for the job, just try to do this for enough for you to put it on your resume and talk about it. And once you get into a company, then if they are using, let's say, Intune, then spend a lot of time in it. If they're using Active Directory, then spend a lot of time on it. If they're using something specific, then spend a lot of time on it. Then it makes sense. But anything that you have covered so far is basically you can go to any IT job, and when you talk about it, they are going to respect it. They're going to say, okay, you have done something more than just a normal passing a paper certification and then not knowing a lot of things. You are a person who knows more than that sort of approach. So again, you're free to use the server to come here, play around with the Windows 11, go into the server features, learn something more, like for example, maybe deployments and some other things, get into more group policy stuff. It's really up to you what you want to do next. But if you have any other questions, you can definitely reach out to us and we will help you. Thank you so much. Take